There is no regional.
Tim McConnell,
Here.
Sharon Kelly,
Here.
Tracy LeBlanc. Here. Doug Rowdy.
Here.
Pamela Garvey. Here. And Justin Wood.
Here.
Everybody today.
Everybody's here. Approval of the minutes for the January 7th.
How about the agenda first?
Approval of the agenda. I already checked it off. That's what.
I make a motion, we approve the agenda.
Okay.
I'll second.
Sharon and Pam. Anybody, the only thing I'm gonna do is, under the public hearing, we're gonna do shoreline first. For the people that are all here. Most of them are for the shoreline. So just those, that switch would be the only thing. So with that, all those in favor, say aye.
Did we have
Opposed?
a motion to approve?
Okay.
No, we didn't do minutes. Yep, sorry.
We need a motion for what?
Minutes. I'll move to approve the minutes as presented.
Yep. From the 7th.
I'll second it.
Okay. Did anybody see any changes or anything? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Public comment. You're here for the public hearing? Mr. Nell, are you here for the public hearing? So we don't have anybody else then. So I don't lose my voice. Mr. Olson, is he online or not? We don't know. Sharon, would you read Mr. Olson's in under supervisors aren't seated?
To the ES committee, while watching your January 2026 meeting, I noted the discussion about potentially removing the town's ability to allow road setbacks for buildings on town roads within the shoreline district. As a town official, it is concerning to see this proposal so far along without direct outreach to or input from the towns that would be most affected. There is also concern that this rewrite could move us backward toward a more cumbersome process where more projects are routed through the Board of Adjustment, increasing both time and cost for taxpayers trying to build or improve their own property. Finally, I would appreciate clarification on the origin of this rewrite. Was it formally directed by the committee, and if so, at what meeting? Understanding the authorization and direction behind this effort would be helpful. This is just one issue affecting towns within this rewrite. I strongly encourage the committee to engage towns directly before moving further on changes that significantly affect local authority and local roads. Respectfully, Brad Olson.
All right. There is no other supervisors here. So that'll cover number 6. So we go right into our crop prices.
I will
Morning.
try to be as quick as I can be. In December, we set crop prices for most of the commodities. You requested a little bit more information for the tree. Did my best to gather that and presented that here, and I came up with 4 proposed prices based on that data. We need to set a price for those trees before we can get into the claims.
All right, has everybody seen those?
I guess my only question with that is when you came in December, you said they were oak trees. And so I'm not getting oak out of weeping willow.
So in December, I didn't know what variety of tree they were. His prices for hardwoods, softwoods is all the same, just based on size. So in order to pool prices from other sources, I had to identify the specific species he had damaged so I could go with those other prices for that
Okay.
specific species.
So I was a little, when I read through this, I'm like, you're talking about oak trees and these are weeping willows.
What do we think of the prices though?
I guess I would go, in my opinion, price number 4. It's probably the closest to what his actual cost on them is.
What does everybody else think about these when you go down through it? It starts at 253. He's got 350 for one as a high. It was only what, 6 trees?
7 total.
7 total trees. Anybody have any?
I could agree with what Justin recommends.
Okay, what do you think, Doug? think number 4 is about right. Anyone else? So should we go with number 4 then? Nobody's objecting, so the 2 inch is gonna be at 210. And the 2.5 is 262.50. All right.
All right. So then I have a claim summary here. 6 total claims based off that price for the trees. Greg's appraised damage was 1,785 less the $500 deductible. His claim would be 1,285. All these enrollees complied with the rules of the program. They met deadlines. They implemented our prescribed abatement. If they were issued a deer shooting permit, they complied with the harvest objectives. I have no reason to recommend their denial. I'd recommend approval, but I can certainly answer any questions any of you have on any of these claims.
All right, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're the same people every year, are they? But what are they doing to not do this? I went back and looked, and I mean, Crosby's every year, Lawson. Brian Myers' is second year is all stock. Ziegler is new. They're doing their permits and stuff and all.
They're shooting deer. Yeah, I mean,
Shooting deer.
per the rules of this program, as long as the damage is ongoing, you have qualifying damage to a qualifying agricultural commodity, you can continue to enroll. And
Okay.
for some of these folks, you know, if you're talking about hundreds of acres of tillable land across multiple townships and multiple landowners, you know, fencing is never an option.
Sure.
We don't have an alternative in place, or the state doesn't have an alternative in place other than shooting and for bears trapping them out of the corn.
They do for geese abatement. That's a pretty good sized claim there.
Yep, so Brian, he never enrolled this parcel for geese before. They're coming out of the water treatment lagoons outside of Dresser. So when the geese are causing damage, they're flightless. So they're molting.
When the
So
geese are coming out of the ground, they're picking them out as fast as they come out.
correct. So we hammered them with harassment, but they're flightless in the lagoons. They just swam around, and there were close to 300 geese in there. So I started procuring fencing material, but by the time I had gotten that this year, most of the damage was done. But we're gonna fence the entirety of those lagoons. You'll never see a goose damage claim for Brian Meyer on that parcel again, barring some type of catastrophe where a fence gets knocked down or something, but. So it's a monstrous claim. They hammered that field. I mean, a lot of the beans did not even recover as mineral soil and weeds, but should be a one-time deal. That fence will be complete prior to planting in 2026.
All right.
You need a motion to approve.
So, do we have to do them individually, or can we do them as a group? As long as we don't have any concerns with any of them, we can do it as a group.
I believe so. It's done that way in other counties.
Yeah, if nobody's worried about any of these, we can do it as a group then and do them all at once.
I'll make the motion to approve the 6 claims
As presented.
as presented.
Second.
I'll second it.
Seconded. All right. Anybody else have any questions?
I did also include a summary of enrollment in the county. So I think there were 16 enrollees. There's still 1 permanent fence under contract, and shows commodities, the abatement, the town in which they're located.
Okay. All right, so all those in favor then say aye.
Aye.
Okay. All right, and that would have been your third, 16 enrollees, 1 fence, okay. All right,
Thank you.
yep, thank you. So should we do, we've got 20 minutes. Do we want to do some updates ahead of time?
Sure.
So this before 7 M. Yep.
Yeah. Because at 9 and 10, we gotta wait for, because it's published, the 9:30. Well, let's do the administrator's update. Let's start there.
Yes, Mr. Chair, just a couple things. Sales tax for January was down 17% from last January. For the month of January. The tribe reported 0 deaths from overdoses in 2025. It's the first since 2010. We did 25 autopsies through our medical examiner this year, or last year. Recycling equipment continues to go in. The baler was installed. The new line for cardboard and paper is being installed and should be up and running by next Wednesday. It's very impressive down there, looking really good down there.
I have to tell you, that whole building, it's like, I don't have to turn my head away when I drive by it anymore. Or Paul, you. Yes, because it looks really nice. It really does, yeah.
The inside looks good too now, and the machinery that's going in there is quite impressive. If you get a chance to go down there and want a tour, just let us know. See it. Apple River Solar is up and operational right now. They're working with Lisa McMahon on their emergency operation plans. The bridge on 270th, on the Gandy, that's the one that continued to get hit. DNR will be removing that bridge now. A time frame has not been set, but that bridge will come out hopefully in the next couple of years. So, and that's all I have right now for an update.
Complaints on the roads with the ice? Do I have to sign those?
Always complaints on the road.
Yeah, any complaints on the roads in the Highway 8 hill or any of that?
No, just Highway 8. I mean, a lot of potholes on Highway 8 on the concrete, you know, and that road's not due for replacement, I believe, till 2030. So it's got a few more years on it. Even 46 south of 8 to Amory, that's still 3 years out. This summer will be 46 from 8 north to 35 from the state. Another update, we did meet with DNR on the MOU with the Stour, so I'll have an update at county board on that one. That went really well. We got a good handle on it and a working relationship with DNR, so with that one, so that was positive. Kim sat in on that one also.
They let you in, huh, Kim?
I had to sit next to Joe though.
That's probably a smart.
Yeah, it's probably a good thing. Do you have tape over your mouth?
All right. Number 12. Sarah, what's your update to that?
Yeah, I don't have a lot today, Chair. The Land and Water Resources Department, the tree sale, they just have a couple, Eric, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm glad you're here. Hackberry trees and maybe a few bundles of red cedar left and some seeds. But other than that, the trees are pretty well sold out. They will be dispersed at the end of April. That's always a big effort. And the online shop has been just wildly successful. You know, I think they could sell even more trees, but we only have the capacity to handle so many. So that's been good. The DMA and the NG 911 grant announcement was made, and Polk County will apply for some additional funds for, we're now expanding it into a maintenance where we can do maintenance of the NG 911 data. That's new this year. We basically will apply, and the first phase of folks that still need to kind of accomplish their core NG 911 data will get first dibs, but then the rest of us that will be providing maintenance will split the money equally. And we'll know that amount by the first part of April. So that's positive, and we'll work with finance on what that looks like for budget. And then finally, the 3-inch aerial imagery is uploaded into the NG 911 system and is available for our staff to use as they're going about their business. And that's all I have for today.
Okay.
Any questions for me?
Nope. Yes, we're good.
Okay.
Our work plan, we don't know.
I can give you a quick update on litigation.
There. Yep.
We got the result of the Wisconsin Realtors Association appeals case yesterday morning. We prevailed on most of our arguments. If you recall, we filed a motion to dismiss based upon the Wisconsin Realtors Association not having associational standing to file their particular claims against the county on these particular ordinance changes. We prevailed on most of them. So the appeals court upheld the circuit court's decision saying that they did not have associational standing. The one issue that the appeals court said they do have standing on is related to our short-term rental ordinance. And so that is getting sent back down to the circuit court for the circuit court to have additional hearings on. Now, that particular issue, we've changed our ordinance since that litigation started. So it's possible that that may be moot. We're looking into what arguments we may make. But that's where we're at right now. They may also appeal to the Supreme Court and bring it up to a higher level to try to win there. But as of right now, that's where things kind of stand. Nothing's definitive yet because there's lots of options for WRA. But if they don't appeal to the Supreme Court, it's going to get sent back down to the circuit court for the circuit court to address just that one issue. As we've talked about before, just because we're talking about succeeding on a standing issue, which does not get to the merits of what their lawsuit alleged. So it doesn't mean that we're necessarily in the right, although I believe we are, but all the appeals court ruled on was the standing issue. So that's where we're at. There's not really a lot else to say. I'll be working with Tolis on what the next options are. Most likely Tolis will be in contact with WRA's attorneys to talk about next steps. Got it? So, there's any questions?
So the short term is just, we already changed it back to what the state minimum was or maximum.
On the one issue that is being sent back to the circuit court, we've already changed our ordinance from what it was back when they initiated the litigation.
Okay.
Whether they agree that everything's fine now, I don't know, but they may or they may not.
And as far as the standing issue, basically it's the fact that the realtors have no standing, so therefore have no basis of bringing a lawsuit. So if they're going to bring a lawsuit, they have to find an individual that has specific standings in order to bring it back up again.
Right. Nothing stops them, for example, from hiring an attorney to represent a person
Right.
who may have standing
Right.
challenge.
An individual, yes.
So it's possible, if not likely, that we will see a very similar lawsuit sometime in the somewhat near future, if this gets
Sure.
completely dismissed. Now, some of these issues in that lawsuit are being addressed with our current changes that are being proposed. So depending on how that all shakes out, that may impact that litigation as well.
Good to know.
Okay.
He's got job security.
There's never a shortage.
Attorneys do.
Yeah.
Never. All right. Well, we might as well take a break. And we are,
Yeah, just a quick house.
everybody to be.
Yeah, just a quick housekeeping. The clerk has a sign-in sheet and a note if the people that are here for the public hearing would like to speak. If you would kindly just register for the public hearing, that'd be great. Thanks.
And that's where they
And
broke that out.
And that is where our issue is as far as
Yeah.
this conflict.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
now, they were put there for a reason. Before my time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I think that had something to do with the talk.
All right, let's come back. It's 9:30.
They were on there, my.
Sure. Do you remember that?
So let's,
Okay,
look,
Back in session.
we're gonna start the public hearing, so it's recorded. So let's read in the public hearing, what it's for and stuff. Let's have that read in,
What's that?
read that in,
The,
the announcement, so that way you know. Just said it's 9:30 or so. We'll read that in a little bit.
like the specific notice read in?
Just, yeah, just said it's a public notice for the shoreline amendments and the subdivision ordinance. So it's read in that's why we're here.
Okay. You pull up the notice, please, Claire. So a petition was filed with the county clerk to amend the ordinances on January 2026. That would be the shoreline and subdivision ordinance. The county provided a class 2 legal notice, which you will see here. And those were published on January 21st and 28th. Want me to read the notice or just?
No, just said it's noted, so that it is, that's why we're here. I think everybody's read it, that's why they're here.
Yep, so the notice is
Just to
that
note it, yeah.
there'll be a public hearing on the proposed amendments to the subdivision and shoreland ordinance changes on February 4th at 9:30 a.m. Here in this room at the County Government Center.
Okay.
The town clerks were notified via email of the notice, and then if any of those clerks did not respond within 2 days, they were sent certified mail of the notice, which is per statute. Shoreland ordinance applies to all unincorporated shoreland areas in the county that are within 1,000 feet of navigable lake, pond, flowage, or glacial pothole lakes, and those lands within 300 feet of navigable river or stream. Do you want me to read the jurisdiction on the subdivision now too?
Sure, that it's all done.
Yeah, so the subdivision ordinance jurisdiction is all unincorporated areas county-wide.
Okay.
And do you want to start with the,
I want to start with the shoreline. That's what I think 99% of them are here for. So let's start with that. Do we want to do an overview to get started, or do we want to hear from the people right away?
yeah, so I do have a summary of changes, and
Let's do that.
I also wanted to state the original intent of changing the ordinances. It started out due to litigation. That litigation brought forth that there was some, or our ordinance hasn't been certified for a few of the amendments that were done. But it also was ordinance amendment season, which we have at the end of each year, rolling into the beginning of the year now. So we are currently in that. When it started, we were in that as well. So to summarize the changes, the shoreland ordinance, do you want it pulled up on the screen as or just
We
state the
can.
summary?
That always helps too, that it's, you can see it.
One rock wall.
Yeah, if there's any questions from the community in the changes, we can look at them right here. So I'll get going through these. we amended a lot of the sections here in the language that was required to be changed to align with the DNR model ordinance. So we do have a lot of the Polk red line is our language that was removed and was inserted with the model ordinance language to be consistent with that. So that's kind of just a general overview. Now we'll go in. So definitions, this whole section was added. That was due to us having it in our general ordinance area before. That has caused or did cause some issues having it up there and not specifically in our shoreland ordinance. So a lot of the definitions were pulled straight from the general ordinance. There was the addition of some definitions such as credentialed professional and land disturbance. And any other ones were changed to be, if they were in the model ordinance, they were changed to be exactly as the model ordinance defined those definitions. Part of those, a topic of interest, there was a retaining wall definition in the general ordinance. Currently in this proposal, there is no retaining wall definition in the shoreland ordinance. There has been some discussion on that. As of right now, there's no definition in this current proposal. Under the general provision section, this again, language was changed as required per that DNR review, which I guess at this time I would offer that as an additional exhibit. A letter dated May 15th, 2025. That was the summary of all the required action changes from the DNR. I think that would be exhibit
6, Chair.
That would be exhibit 6, yes.
And now would probably be a good time to address the other exhibits. So we had exhibits 1 through 5 were the comments that were received regarding the public hearing.
And some of those are short enough, they can't be here. I think there's enough, we'll read them in when we get to that.
When we
Get to,
public.
when we get to the public, then we can read those in. There's only 5. They asked to have them read in, so I think we should.
All right, so we'll keep moving forward on the changes. Major impacts in the general provision section would be requiring a permit for all structures in the shoreland area. We had it where anything less than 64, if you could scroll down. So prior we had anything less than 64 square feet in size did not require a permit. That was a required action from the DNR stating we can't say you don't need a permit. All structures require a permit. We can state there's no fee for a structure of that size. So that's what that change is addressing. The other major change in the general provisions is the removal of language that states towns with their own zoning don't have to comply with certain general provisions in this, or any area that's stated except for towns with their own zoning. That was required to be removed per that DNR review as well. With the reason being the shoreland is supposed to be all shoreland areas in the county, as previously explained, the jurisdiction area. And we're not to be saying certain areas of the county don't have to follow these general provisions. There was also the conservation design developments that were in the general provisions. Those were removed, and the planned unit development, which is in the model ordinance, was added to substitute for that conservation design development language. Otherwise, we'll get to boathouses later, but that section was removed from general provisions and put down with the exempt structures, which, like I said, we'll get to that here in a little bit. The next section, shoreline district boundaries. There was some language removed, again, that
That stated the towns with their own zoning, or except for land in towns with their own zoning. So that was removed per DNR review. If you scroll down a little bit more, so the town zone section is still in there a little bit back up. Right there, it is in there as a zoning district. So that wasn't removed. So we're not giving zoning districts to all those town zoned areas. It is just a town zone layer in the, so the uses or additional uses or however the towns are administering the use of the property is still to the town for that.
The towns with their own zoning.
Correct.
Okay.
Lake classification statement, right here, this was also amended. That one, I think could provide could cause some issues. So we were required again to take that out, except for towns with their own zoning. Class 1 water bodies as identified shall have the first 300 feet back from the ordinary high water mark. Owned residential R1 unless otherwise approved otherwise. So that's where further review of that, I think that may cause some issues because then we're gonna say the town areas on class 1 lakes are still gonna be residential. But then everything else is gonna be the town zoned area. So I don't know exactly what your guys' thoughts are on that, but I think it's fine to do it that way, but I don't know, what the thought is from the towns in those areas on having the first 300 feet around those lakes be R1 like the rest of the county is. Because there are class 1 lakes in those towns with their own zoning.
But the towns get to decide if it is residential or if there's something else like a bar or something they can do commercial. I mean, that isn't, everything isn't residential and if the change or something happens.
Yeah, and maybe that's where, maybe this last piece here is what we can operate on,
Because,
as we're saying unless approved otherwise.
okay,
So right now, our zoning maps show it as town zoned. Well, maybe that is, fine to say that it was approved as town.
And
Yeah.
town districts don't match county districts. So they aren't called the same. Like we have a list of residential hamlet, agriculture. Towns are different. They don't have the same, it's not one for one.
if they have residential, it isn't the same as at the county either. What the uses are setbacks and all that.
Not necessarily correct. Yeah,
Okay.
they don't match.
So does this say that that the town, if they say it's their residential, that's how it's used? Is that how that reads then?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that may be a question for Joe, but,
Because I think that's that's a bigger problem right there. If they zone it residential, it's their residential zone that applies to it, not the counties.
yeah, and I don't
It's
think.
both. How would that go, Joe? That we would,
The way it's written indicates that everything is going to be zoned R1 under our classification of what residential R1 is, unless approved otherwise. That means R1 unless we provide an exemption to whatever that particular area is.
so
And
our
the use-
exemption would be that the township, the towns would use their R1 or whatever they want to call it. Okay. Can that be, how would we
Whether
make,
that's through application to the zoning administrator, whether that's the zoning administrator deciding that's how it's going to get enforced. I don't know that we have a specific provision on how that exemption or approval otherwise is to be granted.
well, otherwise it's pretty wide open then. So that's why we should try to put something that the towns know that it stays with them is what we're trying to, I think that's what we're looking for, isn't it? That's what the towns are looking for. So if we're going to exempt them there, we should find a way to word that it would be the town's zoning district and what's under their stuff in that district.
The uses.
The uses would be in there.
I did a chart one time and it
Yeah.
doesn't match.
They don't match.
They don't match.
So the towns with their own zoning, the 4 township, should be exempt then. And their districts would fit under there, is what we're trying to get to.
Yeah, so that's where if they're deemed just town zoning,
Your uses.
then yeah, they would go in our town zoning section. It states that these uses are covered by the town themselves.
Okay.
But that's where it's a little bit, I don't know if this class 1 designation for the rest of the county needs to be, trying to think if there's another way to keep it for the rest of the county, if that's the intention. But the main issue is how we had it, they explained that the towns, you know,
We had it-
they handled their own, but that's
We took it out. That's why that,
what's difficult is we're saying all class 1 water bodies in Polk County should or shall have the first 300 feet from the ordinary high water mark zoned residential R1. So that unless approved otherwise, and the process of that is what we're unsure of, I guess.
Right. Essentially what I believe the DNR is saying is you can't just say, hey, this isn't going to apply to this section, right? You don't create your ordinance and then say, well, this is going to apply here, but it's not going to apply here. It has to apply everywhere is what the DNR is saying. They're changing the language, but ultimately the way it's enforced could end up being the same. Could end up being that towns would fall into the unless approved otherwise. Now, I don't know that we have a delineation of how that approval is going to happen, whether it's the zoning administrator making a decision on his own, or whether it's when he decides whether to enforce, or whether it's something where the towns have to apply for an exemption, or whether whatever. As it's currently written, it's pretty wide open to
too wide open. So I mean, it's
the zoning administrator's discretion.
too wide open then. I mean, but that's why they're here. They want to have it back that way. Is there any way we can get C back?
Chairman,
Point of order.
can the public have a point of order?
No.
No.
Can I have a question, Chair?
Probably not. Otherwise I'll have to open it up to everybody.
Hearing.
At the public hearing.
I didn't know you guys were redrafting the ordinance today.
No, we're not. I'm
Okay.
just trying to decide why that is,
Oh.
because I'm sure it's gonna come up.
Sure.
And this way, everybody,
I'm here to make public comment.
correct. And I'm just trying to say that
Sure. Okay.
if this is what everybody's here for, this is gonna be the argument with a lot of the town people. So I'm trying to just see if there's a way to reword it that'll work. So, all right. That one we're gonna have to leave open or something and try to decide then, huh? Because that is a big one. That's the biggest. We don't want to leave that much interpretation if everybody else thinks that way, don't you? That's a lot of interpretation that have to lead to somebody.
A lot of confusion.
Yeah. All right, let's keep going and then we'll get some public comment. We can come back to that.
Alrighty, and then, oh, if you could go back up. So then there was clarifying language on the maps that are used, or on file in our office. Nothing, no huge changes, just clarifying where those are in the ordinance, the wetland inventory and then the county zoning district map, for the shoreland area. The shoreland wetland section is next. This entire section, as you'll see, has a large red line struck out. So we removed all of our current ordinance language and then inserted the model ordinance. So that way we're right in line with that shoreland wetland district section. There was some verbiage that was slightly changed from the model ordinance. I don't know when it was changed, but this will just get it all back to the same language that's supposed to be used statewide. Then zoning districts. So this is where we get into the uses in those shoreland areas. We were required to add language that states it's the purpose and intent of the shoreland ordinance. Before we just had it. The purpose was the same as it was in our general, but if we're gonna have zoning districts in our shoreline, they need to be for the purpose of the shoreline zoning. So that's why it says adhere to 42-211, which is the purpose and intent of the shoreline ordinance. So, I mean, nothing changing, just clarifying the zoning districts, purpose and intent. So we did that throughout all the zoning districts. Also, we scroll down underneath this residential. This is where there was request to add some language in the tourist rooming house conditions. So we added that upon change of ownership, the permit is automatically terminated. And then any advertisement shall include the land use permit number and the health department license number. And those two are at the request of you guys, the committee. So those were added in there. And then also a large change you'll see through here, or not large, overall change, but throughout all the districts as we removed, if you scroll back, the height, yard, and setback requirements is what we had previously. Some of those were more restrictive or didn't apply in that specific location. So we removed those, just have setback requirements that aren't more restrictive areas. And then we also, if you could scroll down a little bit further. Keep going. Maybe next page. These large sections of the density standards, those were required to be removed for the DNR review because it gets into how many lots you can have per parcel and kind of, or it touches on being more restrictive than what the DNR minimum lot size are. So those are removed from the shoreline ordinance. They should still be in the subdivision ordinance, so that's a different jurisdiction or way to keep that was in the ordinance, but we can't have it in the shoreline. It was deemed more restrictive than statute allows. I think that's, if we could scroll through that. The only other change was where we had a mining minimum lot size requirement, 5 acres. That was also required to be removed because that is more restrictive than the shoreline ordinance is. So this is where that mining part was removed. Down. Minimum lot size of 5 acres. That was required. And then the bottom part, the town zone district, this is just to clarify, this is where it states town zoning district, the town with their own zoning, create, administer, and enforce all of their use regulations within the shoreline area.
Oh, read that again. 42-249.
Yeah, so the purpose to allow towns with their own zoning ordinances to create, administer, and enforce all of their use regulations within the shoreline areas as defined under section 213, parent A. Polk County is still administering the state shoreline zoning standards provided in NR 115, Wisconsin Administrative Code, and permits are still required from the county.
So does that answer our question?
Yeah.
That we had before?
So that's where
That's where it gives them the authority to do it.
But where we have those, that lake classification and everything is in an area that encompasses all of the areas. The uses, like any of these conditional uses and anything that we have in our other zoning districts, we don't have that in the town zoning. They handle that themselves. But anything we have in general provisions or that other section where the class 1 lake zoning district declaration is,
Yep.
those areas are not to be a carve out for the towns with their own zoning. So if it's in general provisions, it needs to be enforced countywide, is how it's explained to me, and why it was removed in those sections.
County zoned areas countywide. Certainly the shorelands.
If it's under general, okay.
Yeah, this is just a shoreland ordinance, so all shoreland areas, the jurisdiction at the top is the areas we're talking about, not all county areas. This ordinance is just for shoreland areas.
Yeah. But that's almost contradictory. It says they can do it, and then before it said it couldn't, now it says they can. That's what I'm looking at. Is that what it reads, Joe, or not? How am I looking at it? Doesn't that give them that authority then?
Gives them the authority to regulate if they have their own zoning, right? So the language that is being changed back in 42-214 is what we're changing to the shoreline zoning district boundaries. The only change to that is removing, except for towns with their own zoning listed under 42-212A. That language was added in 2022 along with that same sentence added to a lot of different provisions. Nothing, language that's being proposed to change back to class 1 water bodies that is identified in the Polk County Lakes Classification System shall have the first 300 feet back from the ordinary high water mark zoned R1 unless approved otherwise. That's the language that was originally adopted into our shoreline zoning ordinance. It's the exact same thing that was originally adopted. It stayed there until 2022 when we amended, added that additional town language. The additional town language clarified or more clearly specified that that was the intent of this. Nothing prevents us as the county from reading it to basically say that the town zoned is unless approved otherwise. I mean, that is what, unless approved otherwise, it's approved otherwise right here.
Right there. Okay.
So you could get into more depth. You could add additional language to be very specific about exactly what you're saying, which it was, I'm guessing, the intent of that first sentence, except for towns classified.
Yeah.
I don't think we have to. This provision, as you highlighted, basically says that if you're a town,
Your own zoning.
your own zoning, other than specific things that are within the shoreline that need to be enforced by the county.
Okay. All right, we'll see.
So I think it's, in my opinion, much ado about nothing. It's language that is not necessary. The DNR doesn't want it there. It's likely going to be enforced in the exact same way.
Okay. Well, that's what would, okay. Yep, let's keep going then, and then we'll pick that apart a little more.
All right, if we could scroll down, please, there. The division of waters, none of that changed. Get down to this section, the other shoreland regulations. So this is where we had lot requirements, setbacks. There might even be non-conforming language tied in all together in one section. In the model ordinance, it's separated out. So that's what we did down below. If we could scroll down to where it goes back to unread setbacks. So a lot of that, like that big table that was in there, that's where we had the issue with the lake classifications and being more restrictive per different lake classes. That was required, or you cannot be more restrictive based on your lake class anymore. That should have been changed back in 2015 when that was passed. So back to this section, minimum lot size has its own, section. And this is all per the model ordinance, pulled right out of there. So we can scroll down. This is where that planned unit development got inserted. That's where it is in the model ordinance. So we had foundation design development before. It was required to be the model ordinance language of planned unit development. That's all verbatim to the model ordinance. And the next section is setbacks, and this is also, per the model ordinance. The only thing we added, which is allowed to add per the model, is the functional appurtenance. And that's where if somebody has a setback average that comes out to 40 feet or 50 feet, if you don't have that in there, they can put their dwelling at that distance, but they can't put a deck out in front or anything like that. So this is stating if your setback average is 50 feet, your deck can be to that setback, and then your house obviously is beyond that, but. So it prevents the issue of somebody wanting to be, at that setback average and then say, oh, but we can't have a deck because we took up that setback average area. Scroll down. We added the diagram, so this isn't in the model ordinance, but this was requested. So we did add a diagram explaining setback averaging. And then we go into structures. So in both houses, it was rearranged a little bit per DNR review. So that top section is what's in the model ordinance. And then it was stated that we want or are going to have additional requirements for new boathouses, have that in its own section. Within that section, what we added, if we could scroll down a little bit, is attached/detached decks and patios are prohibited. And then scroll down. And then language on boathouses that are on slopes greater than 20%, requiring a credentialed professional design plan with the permit application. An erosion control plan must also be completed as part of this application for all boathouses, regardless of slope. Land and Water Resources may assist in the review of the design plans and may require additional permitting based on the stormwater and erosion control ordinance. We also added language on boathouses if they do have a gable roof and that they can be no steeper than an 8/12 pitch. And that those pitched roofs can't be used as a deck or observation platform. That boathouses shall have all mitigation captured, and if a retaining wall is needed as part of an erosion control plan, a variance will be required. Scroll down, this is the open sided structure that was in there before, but it's now in the exempt structures rather than in the following section. And if we could. These all exemptions are per the model ordinance. If we could go back up. Sure I didn't miss anything. I think, yeah, there were two that were removed, exemptions that were not in the model ordinance. So the model ordinance exemptions need to read exactly as they are in the model in our ordinance. So we get to the section of additional setbacks and exemptions for all structures. So this is where, again, we had these setbacks within that table based on lake classification. So we're removing that entire table, and now instead of based on your lake classification in shoreland areas, your principal structure side yard setback is 10 feet, rear yard is 25 feet, and then an accessory structure is 5 feet from the side yard and 10 feet from the rear yard setback. Clarification, these ordinances, the most restrictive applies. So if someone is in general zoning and in an Ag 2 district that has a 25-foot setback, that would still apply. This is just for shoreland areas, but the town road section that was removed per the DNR requirements. So just to clarify, that was staff doing anything stating that towns can't reduce the setback to their town road. That was specifically in that required action per the DNR review. So on that sheet that was exhibited, that I believe you guys all should have a copy of. If you don't, I have extras, but just to clarify, that's under 302E 4, 6, and 7 is where the DNR stated that that language is not able to be in there. So the what's the best way to, in talking with the DNR, I think they stated in that comment stating, if you're looking for relief from an ordinance, the BOA is that avenue to request relief to an ordinance. You can't have in your ordinance that you can have relief in a different way, which is from the town ordinance. So, I mean, from our perspective as staff, that obviously, and the comments even stated, that's going to add more, staff time, BOA hearings and things like that. Whereas prior, if somebody in the town was okay with it being reduced, just move forward with that project. So I don't know exactly, where end up with that. But we can wait to hear from public hearings or the public comment on that. The only other thing I would state is, I think from my recollection previously, it was all these are getting approved at the BOA. So then that's why that language was put in there from conversations I've had. So I think the DNR's perspective on that would be, well, if they're all getting approved, then you might have to reduce your setback to those roads if they're all getting approved to be less than that anyways. But I get it, the town wanted to look at it on a case-by-case basis, so that does make sense. It's kind of one of those difficult areas, and I don't know, once we get into further discussion, if Joel would have any input on that specific required action that was to be removed. Then we scrolled down, we added the relaxation of standards for persons with disabilities. This covers ADA properties and the process for if somebody is requesting relief from an ordinance specifically for ADA requirements. So this clarifies the process in which somebody would need to go through to get something approved less than the setbacks that are required. Shoreline protection area, so we crossed out majority of our text. A lot of it was very similar, but we just copied model ordinance and put it back in there. I don't think there's a ton of substantive changes besides language. Then we get down to this section previously stated there's additional allowed uses by permit or conditional use permit in the shoreline protection area. This was an area of question because we didn't really have an area that said conditional use permit for these. So what we did is removed any areas that were already addressed in different parts of the ordinance, or like in one, the DNR comment was stated that we don't have the enforcement, or we don't have the jurisdiction to enforce the placement of pier, wharf, temporary boat shelter or boat lift. So we just removed that completely. Scroll down. Some of the things that appeared that we could leave in there, we left. Removal of dead trees, that was moved up to the top portion of this section in the vegetation area. Otherwise, there was no, scroll down a little further, there was no additions in this. It was just trying to clarify it. Oh, sorry, can you go back? This section in red, So we had it all together and it would say right in the text, this is exempt, this isn't exempt. So the things that said they were exempt from the shoreline protection area requirements, we just put those all in one section here to clarify that any of these activities are specifically exempt from this entire section. Which those exemptions come from the model ordinance as well. Then if we scroll down, change in the diameter of replacement trees was changed from 2 inches to 1.5 inch BBH. That's it for that. That section, that's that open sided structure provision that's up in the exempt structures. So that section was removed. Impervious surface, there was language removed that we had in there. We inserted our purpose applicability from the model ordinance. C is from the model ordinance. We scroll down, what the county added would be clarification on when somebody's looking for a treated impervious surface that allows you to go over that standard of 30%, because anything that's deemed treated does not count toward the impervious limit. So we have language in here that if you're going to consider it treated, there needs to be a professional design plan showing the treatment of runoff with design standards and specs that also meet stormwater best management practice technical standards. And then we determined a 2-year, 24-hour rainfall event is what those systems should treat the water at. So that's to clarify if we don't get a ton of it where they're looking to completely treat the water. It's not mitigation, it's actual saying that water is treated. So there's a difference there, whereas we'll get down to the mitigation for those people that are from 15 to 30. Opportunities for that. The F and G, those are all from the model ordinance, so we just put those out or put those in, took out what our language stated. There'd be any changes in that, that's just, again, aligning with it, with model ordinance for clarity. Pretty much it for the impervious surface. Mitigation section, again, we added the applicability as required from the DNR review. And then we added a mitigation point system as an additional option. You can scroll down to the table. The table, it allows the possibility maybe of landowners being able to probably do, or maybe be able to do a little bit more of their own mitigation if they want to reestablish or let a buffer back. Otherwise, we still have all the other mitigation that we've had in there as far as the land use runoff rating. Scroll down. So there, it's crossed out. And then the mitigation plan requirements and the 2 calendar years, which we had discussed here, those were moved up to the beginning of that. So they weren't completely struck, they were moved up to a different area for better flow. The next section was filling, grading, and fishing. Now it's land disturbance activities. So if we scroll down again, for the purpose and then general requirements in the model ordinance. And then in the model ordinance states that any land disturbance activities in the shoreline area are protected against erosion by utilizing best management practices approved by the Polk County Environmental Services Division. And the intent is supposed to be met, which is to protect the natural scenic beauty, fish and wildlife habitat, and water quality. So in the model, it states the DNR strongly suggests 2 here, which they deem is meeting the intent of that section. So that was added here to clarify what is and what is allowed in that disturbances within the vegetative buffer zone, which is that 35-foot area from the lake. Scrolling down, this section was reworded, but the thresholds all stayed the same on when a permit, filling and grading permit is required. And then go back up. There was underneath that excavation for dwellings and sanitary systems, there was a DNR comment as far as being exempt from the plan itself. But they stated again that they can be exempt from the permit fee. So we stated that an erosion control plan, if it's been approved by the zoning office on land use or sanitary permit prior to construction. So for sanitary, that would be a part of your permit application if it's approved. Or if there was any issues that we saw during that process, they would get brought up, but most of the time they're approved for sanitary, and then a dwelling would be the same thing. It could be right a part of that dwelling permit. The next section. So non-conforming uses and non-conforming structures were together in our ordinance and kind of a part of the setbacks. For the model ordinance, they're separated out, which provides clarity. So we did cut and paste from the model ordinance, non-conforming uses is here. And below is non-conforming structures. If we scroll down. This is all the language right from the model ordinance. And then the next section, sanitary regulations. There's nothing changed in these, or just the number since we added some. And we were required to add a sanitary regulations section. For the model ordinance, we didn't have anything in there before. We had a little blurb on it, I think, up in the general provisions, but this is what was required. And then under administrative provisions, these were the required edits as a part of that DNR review. I think a lot of it was pretty much housekeeping items or clarification. And what we added, so building plan in there. I think we discussed that at the committee here. And the location of the sanitary as a part of everybody's plan. And then the other big part added was, if we scroll down a little bit, was the DNR required a section that explained exactly district changes and text amendments in that process. Before it was kind of intermingled with the conditional use process. So we pulled that out and have it as its own section. Then there was a process for hearing appeals and the noticing and everything that takes place. We didn't have anything specific to variances, so all we added is hearing appeals and variances in that section. Otherwise, that's the not so brief summary of changes.
All right. Let's start out with some public comment then. We have the list. Do you want to read?
I don't want to read. Do you want me to read?
Sure.
Okay. Marcus
come on.
first.
Well, do I need to stand up here?
Yes, please, and state your name because it is recorded.
My name is Mark Windish. My brothers and I own a 83-year-old cabin on Deer Lake. And I was under the impression that the setback averaging, there was a pending rule for one-sided averaging. I didn't see that you didn't talk about that. Is that part of the rule change? Is that being proposed?
No, that was discussed at a prior meeting. So the two-sided averaging is required, one-sided averaging is optional. From my recollection, it was stated that we were just leaving the two-sided averaging in there and not adding the one-sided averaging.
Okay, well, I'm here in favor of adding the one-sided averaging. We have a buildable adjacent lot that would be at 75. We have another neighbor on the other side of us that's at 30 feet. And the idea that if we built a house on that extra lot and it was at 75 feet, and then we could average our existing home using our own home on a buildable lot. It just makes sense to me that why would you not allow 75 feet be the average of an open lot, you know, with the other neighbor on the other side? It doesn't make any sense to me. Is it because if you don't allow that, then you're going to have homes back farther away from the lake? Is that the intent? Because I'm under the impression.
Questions. It'll keep moving.
Okay,
Just put what you'd like to state, and then we can discuss it
yeah,
afterwards.
okay. I'm in favor of the one-sided average.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Oh, Chris.
Good morning, Chris Nelson, Milltown Township. See. You have documents I'm just going to give you. I'm not going to talk too much about them, but I'll just kind of give you an overlay on each one. A couple of things I took off earlier though through the presentation, what it might help the public on this proposed draft. Because it's been very hard to follow what's going, what's coming, what's required, what's staff, what's board members. If that document up there, as Logan was representing, he made the comment like, this is moved, that's why it's up here now. This was a DNR model ordinance. This was committee. I just wonder if there could be little footnotes when you guys get done with this draft before you actually get ready to send it to the next round. That maybe that could be just clarified with a little footnotes on, is it moved or was it removed or something? It would help for all of us to follow it, I think, because it's hard to know what. Talked a lot about, well, I'll go through this. So Exhibit 1, and here's, for me, it's the simplest way, and I talked last year, and I'm going to leave it at this. I'm submitting you guys Exhibit 1, and I'll give it to the clerk when I leave, or to you, Kim.
It would be Exhibit 7 if it's your Exhibit 1.
My Exhibit 1, that's how I labeled them. You can label all this as Exhibit 7 then.
Okay,
So I got a whole packet of stuff.
all right, we'll do your.
And I'll take it when you're ready.
You'll take it. Okay.
She'll take it. That way.
Um,
Okay, so you'll.
So,
Exhibit 7.
so my first form, I call it Exhibit 1, and what it is, it's a permit that my wife and I pulled this last year in 2025. And it's a permit on a lot across the pond from our main house. It had a boathouse, a dwelling, a bunkhouse, and it had a walkway, set of stairs, some landscaping, mitigation, erosion control. It also had, it's got the permit process in there, so you can see the forms. I'm giving you guys the whole packet, so you can kind of see what we go through to pull a permit. This also had a administrator appeal on it that went to the Board of Adjustments. So it's got everything in there. And my question on it is for DNR and Polk County staff, and it just says, this permit was issued in 2025. Will this same permit application be issued a permit in 2026 based off of this new proposed draft, right? And this would help a lot, and that's what I kind of say. And if not, explain why, and list why the DNR statutes or county ordinance would conflict with that permit. So I think it'd be a really easy practice for us to go through. And for you guys to understand, you know, this permit was issued last year, and now this year, here's the hoops you'll have to jump through. And if, you know, if you say, hey, yeah, this permit will issue again, just the same way, then it's easy for us and the public to understand not only what the words say, but how the, you know, how the process is going to go on determining if that's going to be permitted. There's a lot of nuances to this, to every permit. There's none of them the same. My Exhibit 2 is another permit from a guy named Chris Norenberg. We did a boathouse for him down on Wapo. It's a boathouse permit, stairs, landing, apron, landscaping permit, it's all there. This one was, and this is one of the things I do support. This was one of the first jobs that Eric and I, and we all worked on. I think we were probably one of the first ones to cut our teeth on a major erosion control plan and really going through silt fence. I mean, it was very detailed. We had site visits. It was very challenging, our first one to do, but I'm going to say it's good that we're doing it now because to hold people to high standards, make sure we are doing all that work, totally support, but it's in there so you guys can see now what we have to do. And I just support what you guys are doing. And it's the same questions about, looking at it, telling us whether that permit will be issued next year or not. That one had stuff like, one of my things is that I questioned, I talked to a couple of you guys about is we were getting denied on things like an apron in front of a door to a boathouse, right? Or an apron to go in and out in an accessory structure, to walk in and out of your boathouse. The aprons are used for a lot of reasons, erosion control, not having mud, boathouse rails go through the aprons and attach up on the shore. And you'll see in this process that zoning administrator made a different interpretation. It ended up getting overturned by the attorneys, but just want to share that with you. Then I have a set of questions just for you guys to think about. I hear too, administrator says we cannot be more restricted in the DNR. Something that's always kind of caught my attention about that is the DNR says there is no setback to ordinary high water mark with a boathouse, but we put 10 feet in. So I would consider that more restrictive, right? I'm okay with 10 feet, but I'm just curious why the DNR doesn't call that one out, right? And if it didn't require 10 feet, that might help some of this issues with some of the landscapers have with the rock walls, the erosion control. You get that toe of the hill. If sometimes you could push that boathouse closer, you might eliminate the concern of a retaining wall or something. But that was one of the questions is why that one, they're not calling out that we're more restrictive. And then the other questions here were grading and landscape issues. I would support for sure a definition of retaining walls. You say it that you're going to make someone get a variance on it. You clearly have to define a retaining wall, so we know if we're going to go get a variance, we know what we're going to get. What is a retaining wall? Last year I made public comment again, and I'm going to make it again. Currently you have 5-foot setback for accessory structures. So we do a boathouse, and I got a couple examples this year. The owners know we can go 5 foot. So they go, well, I want you to go far over as you can. Well, a skid loader, you cannot grade 5 feet. So as a contractor, you're kind of now getting in the middle of property owners' issues. Again, how do you put 10 feet of fill in 5 feet? You can't even excavate a boathouse in 5 feet hardly off the property line. So, in a lot of the municipalities, Balsam Lake, and that's what my comments are in here. City of Balsam Lake and in all their housing in town, they have a 10-foot setback. So even in a dense community, there's no blowback for a 10-foot setback for garages and houses. I think it would create more green space. It would give us more room to landscape and create a swale and do erosion control without having to go on the neighbor's yard, go get permission. One day the neighbors are like, that's fine, go over there. But when you're done with the job, it's caused problems. So it's like you guys consider that. And I just hopefully you guys will reach out to the, I know you're concerned about the towns. But I tell you what, us guys out in the workforce and property owners, we have a lot more at stake than this than towns. And I totally support the towns, but this is really important stuff to the rest of us too. And I think the other thing I have in this packet too is last month, you guys talked about town setbacks. And some towns don't do them, don't like to do them. I got two of them in here. One actually was Clayton. Tracy signed it. The other one was Lincoln Township. Jay Luke signed it. And to take away that ability, and I really would ask the committee and the legal team to challenge the DNR on this, because the townships know their roads, right? And to go like, for example, the process, like right now, we're getting this approval done, right? We went to Lincoln Township, got a road reduced setback from the planning commission. Their town board approved it. We took an existing building that was 20 feet off the road and we proposed to go 40 feet. It still wasn't the 63, but the township understands the road. Township says, yeah, great improvement. We're all behind you guys to do the project. There's no other variances. There's no other setback issues on the lot. So the planning process has gone all this winter. We got township approval. Now we draw the plans. Then we do the budgeting for the customer. We go through the pricing. Most of the time they're going back and redesigning because they got a budget's too high. So we go back and redesign and finally get the budget in place. And then they go get their funding. And then they tell us, let's start. Everything's approved. Let's go get your permits. So here's a simple scenario where it seems like the middle of winter is the right time to change the ordinance. But it's what all of us do all winter long is get ready for that job to start in the spring. So I'm going to come in here in a couple months from now. And if I wasn't paying attention to what goes on here, I would come in a few months from now, plans all in place, township approval, you know, sewer guy signed off. We're all ready. Here's the plan. I'm going to walk in here and they're going to go, oh no, that doesn't work. Well, we're ready to start here in the next week, couple of weeks. Oh no, now you got to go to the Board of Adjustment. And again, if that's where you have to go, that's where you have to go. My point is I would like to see you guys not implement this ordinance until January of 2027. Do all the work, get it all out there, get it approved, get through this process. No matter what you guys change or don't change, give the public an opportunity to understand the impact of the changes. So if we're going through design work in the wintertime, is most of our design work is the guys that build on the lakes. We're not designing stuff in the summertime, we're working. And I just hope the implementation would be put off just so, you know, we don't get caught in these situations. And there's a lot more that'll happen, but that's just one that I'm aware of. And our company has 10 jobs in design stage right now based off of the old ordinance that we're planning on pulling permits on, you know, as soon as funding is approved. So it is a big deal, a really big deal for us. And I'm just one guy. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, do you want?
Oh, I'll take my photo.
All right.
Hi, so my name is Dave Durner and I've been pulling permits for a local general contractor for over a year now. I've scratched my head several times when trying to get a land use permit issued on various projects. When it comes to shoreline zoning, specifically, I've encountered many inconsistencies related to the requirements on projects where floodplains, base flood elevations, and ordinary high water marks come in. Hence, I'm looking for some clarification on the process of determining what is required when building in a floodplain. Is a LOMA needed? Those that don't know, a LOMA is a letter of map amendment. A surveyor has to do and submit to FEMA for approval for a map change, adjustments in that. If it is required, then a surveyor needs to be involved and submit an application to FEMA for approval. For the land use permit is issued by the county, which can take several months, cost several $1,000s, delay the project. A little history, some of you may know, the floodplain was created roughly 100 years ago or so by the Army Corps of Engineers. Many people find it to be irrelevant since there are numerous homes around the lake that have areas 10 feet above the ordinary high water mark, have an extremely low chance of ever flooding. Yet according to the county's GIS map, they are in the floodplain. There was a flood insurance study released back in September of 2011 that calculated a base flood elevation, a BFE, for some of the lakes in Polk County. I don't think they did all of them. But the BFE says there's a 1% chance of a flood happening once in 100 years. So my question is, does a BFE supersede the floodplain when issuing land use permits? So I got a couple examples where I've had a customer that wanted to build an addition to his cabin on Balsam. So I spent the land use application. I was told I needed to do a site visit by a zoning staff member, which is standard in many cases, but we went to the site, did some measurements and setbacks, et cetera. It was determined that the zoning of the existing cabin was in the floodplain and that a LOMA would be required to have it removed. So once we had a surveyor do it and do all the work, you know, I found out about the BFE, which is 1135.4 feet on Balsam Lake. The dwelling is roughly 10 feet above the high water mark and 8 feet above the BFE, but a LOMA was still required. Why? I mean, it seems like common sense, you know, but whereas on another case, so in that case, I needed to do a LOMA, whereas then we had another customer down in Wapo for a boathouse that was in the floodplain, which the GIS map, you know, the base flood elevation on Wapo, I think is 1028, but floodplain goes up to 1048. So 20 feet above where they're calculating the base flood elevation. So there's a steep grade. We did numerous site visits, you know, had to do erosion control plans, all that. But we didn't have to do a LOMA. So I guess my question is, got two projects, one's in the flood, both in the floodplain, had to do a LOMA here, didn't have to do a LOMA there. So why? And then, you know, so general questions are, you know, when is the site inspection required? When is a LOMA required? I mean, how does BFE versus the floodplain factor into the permit issuance? So, I mean, I guess then the final question would be like, would you please put this on your agenda while you work on your draft for shoreline ordinances, since this affects majority of the homes on the county lakes? I mean, around Balsam alone, almost every home and property is in a floodplain, but it's just delaying the process. And then you gotta get all a surveyor involved. So there's money and time involved in all this, when some cases are pretty obvious that, you know, 10, 20 feet above it. But that was just my public comments. That's it. You want a copy of this?
If you wanted exhibited, Dave, I can take it.
Yes. So the exhibit
Sure, thank you.
8. That would be 8. What's next?
Ed's next.
Ed Gullickson, Chair, Town of Garfield. I'm here this morning because I have gone through the 68 pages of the recommended changes from this committee to the shoreland ordinance. Town of Garfield has approximately 65% of our land in our town is involved with shoreland zoning. So several years ago, we were part of the litigation to get the towns that have their own zoning exempt on some of the zoning issues regarding shoreland. I have noticed that there are several changes in this ordinance, in your changing of this ordinance, that affect the exempt towns. So what you're basically doing is you're basically taking the zoning authority away from the towns in 65% of our area. I didn't fully understand all of the definitions of some of those changes. So I think at this time, Town of Garfield would be well off to bring our attorney back in to sort through these changes and get a direct effect to our town. What is the may I ask what the schedule of this approval of this ordinance is?
It's contingent on how many changes and things happen. So it's not rushed or anything. I mean, we could have 2 more public hearings if we have to. So there is no, we're trying to get it done in a reasonable amount of time. But if there's a lot of changes, it doesn't move forward till they're all incorporated back in.
Right.
So that's the reason for the public hearing here, is to get your input.
All right. Well, I know this is not only an important issue with the town of Garfield, but I know there are 3 or 4 other towns that have their own zoning. And I think they are probably close to the same percentage of shoreland issues. So I'll leave it at that. I have nothing for you.
Okay,
That's fine.
thank you.
On 68 pages off.
No, I got it. I got it.
All right, Dennis, next.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dennis Cotter, the town chairman for the town of Farmington. And what I'm here for is, after our board meeting on Monday night, we need clarification of zoning. We have our own zoning. And we need to understand what this and how this affects the town of Farmington. We've had our own zoning for reasons that we don't want to get too involved with all the paperwork and the lawyers and everything that goes at life. We in Farmington run a very simple life, and that's the way we'd like to keep it, is simple. This here, 68 pages, is not simple. And that's what we're against. We have a lot of lake shore properties in Farmington, but if you look at a map in Farmington, they're swamps. So we need clarification and definition of what your ordinance really means. So that's my question that we have for you. Are we in or out of this new zoning ordinance? Because we have our own zoning. So we need clarification of who we are and what we are. And I would go along with Ed, if we lose our power as a town board, then we're going to have to look at getting a definition from lawyers, and then there we go again. A fight. We're not looking for a fight. We know what we want where we live at. And we understand where we live at, the rules and regulations that we have in our zoning. And so it's hard for me to believe that somebody that doesn't live there and see the daily functions of our county or township can think that they can change rules in Balsam Lake for us to live in Farmington. This zoning that we've had was, I can't even say when Farmington seen this coming, but we've had our own zoning for a long time. Our forefathers seen that we need to be regulated and ruled by us, the people who live there, not from somebody else. So, and with Ed, that we need to have our clarification of, are we exempt or are we not exempt? And then once we get clarification of that, then we'll move forward with what we're going to do. So that's all I have for you today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tim is next.
Who is next?
Is it Jim? I can't read it. Jim Miller? Tim Miller?
Jim Miller.
Thank you. My name is Jim Miller. I've been a resident of Polk County most of my life. we've spent hours and days and years now reviewing the shoreland ordinance. And I'll keep this short and simple. The ordinance has been through numerous meetings and a great deal of discussion. Not approving this ordinance would remove some lake protection measurements regarding boathouses, bunkhouses, and tourist rooming houses incorporated in the proposed shoreland ordinance. And that is to the detriment of these sensitive environmental ecosystems, the lakes and rivers of Polk County, that generate a large percentage of the property taxes for the county. So we'd like to see this ordinance move forward and approved. We had an ordinance in place for decades. And since that was challenged, we have now an assault on deregulating everything. And in some cases, that can be positive. But in these sensitive ecological communities, it is not a positive. You've got to have regulation in these to protect the asset that these homes and structures were built around. So again, I would encourage you to please get this ordinance passed so we can move on with things. This is just far too long. Thank you.
Thank you. All right,
Next is, I think is it Jay Becker?
Jay Becker.
I'm Jay Becker. I'm a resident of Deer Lake. I just want to support what Jim Miller just said. That we strongly support passage of this as it protects the lake from the boathouses, the additional properties that Jim mentioned. So we just strongly encourage you to pass this.
Thank you.
Right, Elizabeth? Thank you. And then Roger.
Roger Mortensen, also a resident of Deer Lake, and I just want to back up what Jay said. Our concern is the quality of the lake, the environment, what our grandkids are going to inherit, and what's going to be there for us in the future. So we hope that you'll pass this ordinance and get on with things to have good regulations.
Okay, thank you. That's all we have on the list. Anybody else that wasn't on the list? All right. All right. So discussion then.
Chair, you're
Right.
gonna read the other.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep. Read 1 through 5 in. Who's okay? Who wants to read a few? Sharon? She likes to read.
Oh, yeah.
Let's read 1 through 5. Yep.
This one is from Adam Tarko. Dear committee members, I'm writing to urge you not to take action on the current draft of the shoreland ordinance. In short, it's a mess and far more complicated than necessary. I urge the committee to scrap this entire process and start over. The DNR has a model ordinance. It's a good place for the committee to direct its attention. Adopting an ordinance that is similar to the model would resolve many of the issues that we have with this ordinance. It would help to make it clear, less acrimonious, and far easier to implement. As some of you know, I will likely be joining the board in April. It will be my goal starting at that time to persuade a majority of the board to repeal whatever current ordinance we have and start fresh using the model ordinance as the template. I only say this in hopes of saving the committee duplicate work of rushing an ordinance through now and then having a new member of the board proposing to start all over again in a few months. Thank you for your time and consideration. Adam Jarko, Town of Apple River. The next one is from Ryan Hansen. Dear Environmental Service Committee members, I am writing to you today regarding the shoreland zoning ordinance public hearing on February 4th. Unfortunately, I will not be able to attend the public hearing. My concern with the proposed shoreland zoning ordinance specifically it relates to section 42-302D1 boathouses. As stated in the proposed language, a new boathouse needs to be located entirely within the access and viewing corridor, 35 feet from the OHWM. Furthermore, the proposed language dictates that a boathouse can have a maximum depth of 26 feet and must be located at least 10 feet from the high water mark. These measurements simply don't add up, as some people would say the math isn't mathing. As discussed at the Environmental Services January 15th, 2025 meeting, the DNR may raise an issue with the county's shoreline zoning ordinance if the back 1 foot of a boathouse extends beyond the access and viewing corridor. At that January meeting, the committee members rejected zoning staff's proposed 24-foot depth boathouse dimension. Committee members recognized that a 24-foot boathouse is just too shallow to store a typical boat and wanted the boathouse depth to remain at 26 feet. The above information in this paragraph can be found on YouTube starting at the 3:29 mark. There's a link to that. For background information, in addition to being a realtor, I also sell, install, and service the track systems that move a watercraft from the lake into a boathouse. This type of work has taken me all over Wisconsin, as not many people have the ability to work on the systems. In Polk County alone, I have completed work on approximately 75 track systems since 2017. This work is a combination of new boathouses, completely replacing outdated systems, and repairing existing systems. Based on my experience and contrary to what was presented to the committee at the 2025 meeting, many lake property owners are still using their boathouses for storing a boat, pontoon, or watercraft. I'm requesting the committee consider the following 2 actions. Allow a boathouse depth to be 28 feet. A 28-foot deep boathouse will make it more feasible to fit a typical watercraft inside a boathouse. For context, I consider a typical pontoon to be 23 feet long. This typical pontoon requires 27-foot canopy system when placed on a boat lift to allow the motor to be completely covered and allows for a little bit of wiggle room. A 23-foot long pontoon will not fit inside a 26-foot deep boathouse. Number 2, if after preliminary ordinance review, the DNR will not allow the back of a boathouse to extend beyond the access and viewing corridor, please reduce the setback to the high water mark to 9 feet in order to maintain a 26-foot deep dimension, or 7 feet if the committee agrees to a 28-foot boathouse depth. If the DNR will not allow the back of the boathouse to extend beyond the access and viewing corridor, and the committee does not address the setback to the high water mark, then a boathouse depth will be reduced to 25 feet, thus causing more property owners to construct a new boathouse and use the structure in a manner that contradicts the definition of a boathouse. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to contact me. Thank you for your time. Ryan Hansen, Lake Blythe Property Management. You want to read the next one?
Sure. You want, I can. I don't know.
Oh, right here.
Oh, great.
Okay.
Exhibit 3 is from John Hall, Balsam Lake Pro Lawn Incorporated, February Environmental Services Committee meeting. Members of the Environmental Services Committee, I write this letter as a follow-up to my concern I described in my January 26 public comment letter. I did receive a follow-up phone call from Pam Garvey after last month's meeting reviewing many of my concerns I described in my letter. Thank you, Pam, for taking the time and considering my thoughts. It is very clear to me after reviewing last month's meeting that there are still many unanswered questions and concerns that need to be addressed before any action can take place. In an effort to keep this short and to the point, below is a list of topics I feel serious consideration before a draft can be approved and sent to the DNR. It's number 1, a very basic definition of a retaining wall. If this structure is not allowed within the setback area, then there must be a clear definition of what structure is or is not. It is not fair to a riparian landowner or contractors to have the current zoning staff determine the intent of the language. If a new definition of retaining wall is approved, I'm in favor of working with the BOA/Land and Water to approve certain sites, jobs, for projects that may in fact need retaining walls or other walls to reduce erosion or control the site and reduce runoff into the lakes and streams. Whatever changes arise from this rewrite, both the community and contractors will need time to adapt to these changes. I have over half of my 2026 season sold as of today, and those sales designs and budgets are based on today's current regulations, not what could be or might be or what changes the zoning department made last week based on administrative decision. We will need time, like 6 months, to adjust to prepare all these new regulations. It is clear to me that zoning department has zero interest in working with the public or contractors to find resolutions to these difficult topics. I ask why. Why can't we sit down like adults and discuss how we can address these issues? What can we do to make this work for the county, state, and taxpayers and still be reasonable use of their land? It is funny how they correspond with the DNR and do whatever they ask, but when everyday issues like those I have described arise, silence. This is not a financial topic. These are real-world boots on the ground issues that need to be fixed. It is obvious that there has been far more man-hours spent on this rewrite regarding punctuation and grammar than there's been spent on everyday concerns of those that actually use the document daily in the real world. In summary, there is still much confusion, unfinished work, and details surrounding this new draft. It is not ready to be sent to the DNR. We need more public input and some type of a productive collaboration between contractors, riparian landowners, and zoning in order to move forward with a document that will satisfy all parties. I appreciate your ongoing battle with this difficult document. Let's not rush it. Let's get it right. Sincerely, John Hall, President, Balsam Lake Prolong Incorporated. Assuming you want me to read the rest of them, since you did 3, I'll keep going, huh?
These are short.
All right, next, Exhibit 4 from Nick at Nick's Trucking and Excavating. I am currently out of town, but I got the local paper online and noticed a public hearing coming up on Wednesday for the Environmental Services Committee. I'm not sure I understand a lot about what is going to be voted on. My company does excavations on many lake properties for homes and boathouses. I want to learn more about some of the new rules so I can inform landowners of the things they can or cannot do. It seems that there are already many regulations, and I'm wondering why more would be better. I also have an annual maintenance contract with 3 towns, and I'm not sure they want to hand over their control to bigger government. Nick Walton, owner, Nick's Trucking and Excavating, Balsam Lake. Exhibit 5, the Bone Lake Management District, Polk County, Wisconsin, February 3rd. Public comment for consideration. This was sent by email. The Bone Lake Management District supports the proposed amendments to the Polk County Shoreland Zoning Ordinance. In particular, the district supports the updates to protect water quality while allowing development around the shore regarding boathouses, bunkhouses, tourist rooming houses, erosion control, and stormwater management. Polk County staff has worked diligently to prepare this version of the ordinance, which includes many years of public input and that we understand has been vetted by and is expected to be certified by Wisconsin DNR. BLMD appreciates the opportunity to review and comment on the proposed ordinance change, and we look forward to continued involvement with the Land Information Department, the Zoning Department, and other important stakeholders as these changes are certified by DNR and ultimately enforced. Thank you, Bone Lake Management District Commissioners. That's it.
That was the other 5 that he never read. Okay.
Oh, it is.
It is, yeah. So what's the best way that we close the public hearing and then reopen it for the subdivision if we want to discuss, or if we want to do the subdivision too?
Ultimately, you can kind of do it however you want. It's
Like
noticed, it's
waiting.
noticed as if there's a public hearing and then a public hearing, but
Okay.
you can certainly go public hearing, discussion and potential action, and then public hearing and discussion.
Subdivision. So we could have discussion on the shoreline.
That's going to be probably the best way to do it, is to have the discussion and possible action before opening the next public hearing.
Okay, let's do that then on the shoreline. So we could close the public hearing, then we could have discussion.
Maybe do one last call to make sure no one else had
Any other? If there is any, okay, then we can close the public hearing. And then we can discuss the short, do we want a short break?
Yes,
Let's take a short.
just 5.
Just a 5 or so, and then break, and then we'll do discussion on the short.
Chair.
Or deregulating.
Put it all together.
City dollars.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
See how much we gotta change or not change?
This
Their lakes.
is, why is permitting this under residential? That's a commercial stuff. Why doesn't that go under commercial?
Are you sure?
Business. I'm not.
Well, saying that for years.
Yes,
Good luck.
I know.
Take care
I'm gonna say it again, because you look at all the things that are listed. There's two different kinds of commercial. And,
So we might as well have something.
it could go in either one of them. I don't know much
Go back and forth at that time.
Yeah.
That's right.
So.
You know, get it over, get as much. The way they need it.
Okay, I think we're ready to rock.
We're ready to rock and roll. Got everybody back?
So I'll probably speak to that at the end of these, Jen.
Is that yours?
Oh, probably. Sorry. I'm kind of spread out everywhere trying to figure out.
They don't.
Way too many notes. They all left.
He didn't read it.
Well,
Yeah.
because they can't do it, they can't say anything, they're doing it, so I suppose. Yeah, well,
Permits.
but they're like people that Jim's still here.
We'll get everybody to decide, yeah.
They're all retired. So,
Yeah, that we.
yeah, here, there's recreational business and commercial and small business and commercial. So they could be either one, right? And all these districts do not match towns. And then the uses, if there is one that says something similar, the uses aren't all the same either.
So they can apply for these.
So we're ready.
For this guy. So we could have June 1st or whatever.
And we'll take it.
So everything did. Ready?
Yeah.
All right, let's open it for discussion on the shoreline. Which questions do we want to start with here? Of course, the retaining wall, we're gonna come back to that 100 times. Okay.
Have you ever talked to the DNR about retaining wall definition?
They put it as a structure, didn't they?
I guess I don't think they've ever given us like a recommended
Recommended.
definition. I did look up 8 counties, last week, or I don't know if it was yesterday, whenever it was. And 5 of the counties didn't have a definition for it. 3 of them did. I have those definitions at the counties that did have it, right here that I could read.
Read like Burnett counties. That was kind of a different one.
And then Karsten had also looked into like other entity definitions such as like Federal Highway Administration, US Army Corps of Engineers, just to get like a even broader, you know, what they had for definitions right in there, what they're enforcing off of. But I'll read Burnett counties. So it's a vertical structure or near vertical structure located on the landward side of the ordinary high water mark, typically constructed of rock, stone, concrete, wood, block, or other similar material. These are considered non-habitable accessory structures and have to meet all ordinance requirements. So that was their definition. Iron County was similar. Theirs stated a retaining wall means a vertical structure or near vertical structure located above the ordinary high water mark, constructed of rock, stone, wood, block, and other similar material that is built to resist lateral pressure. So theirs is about the same, but they put that lateral pressure in there to state that a retaining wall when it's designed to do that.
And there was no heights or anything. It was interesting that nobody put, so it could be 12 feet high.
Yeah, nobody has a restriction
On that. I mean,
height.
that's kind of wild that, you
A
know.
minimum or a maximum?
Yeah.
Just above the ordinary high water?
You don't, and this is an issue that likely over my hopefully very long tenure here, we will need to address. You don't put restrictions within definitions.
Yeah.
Definitions should be, hey, this word appears later. We're going to tell you what you're supposed to think of when you see that word later in this particular section. Generally speaking, if you just want to adopt the general accepted usage of the word, you don't need to define it Because the definition within this particular shoreland ordinance means, hey, this has a definition different than the general usage of the word that other regular people are gonna think when they see that word, but no, it actually means this specific thing when we
Here.
use it in this section. That's why you define a word. So you don't put regulations within the definition, preferably. You define what it means and then later put a regulation upon it. So you say a retaining wall is a thing that holds back soil. Over here, you say retaining walls can't be higher than 12 feet. That's the regulation.
Okay, I see.
See the regulation that says retaining walls can't be more than 12 feet. Well, what's a retaining wall? Oh, well, a retaining wall is anything that holds back soil. Okay. So like, you shouldn't put restrictions within the definition.
Gotcha.
We do that frequently. It's just not best practice.
Okay, that makes sense, sure, okay.
That makes sense then.
And the DNR has it just, it's in a, as a structure,
Yeah, it's just underneath
pretty broad that way.
accessory structure, and then retaining wall is considered an accessory structure.
Like a patio and all the
And
other
it's-
things, yeah.
Correct, and it's not listed underneath exempt structures, so that's why they have to be 75 feet, because underneath the exempt structures, it doesn't say retaining walls for any purpose. It's just, these are the only structures allowed. A retaining wall is a structure, but it's not exempt from setbacks.
And the reason it says ordinary high water, because then it's shoreline restoration if you do it down there.
Yeah,
So that's the reason that
Landward
wording
side.
is in there. Otherwise, you could put a retaining wall in the water. So you gotta call it something else.
And so additionally, you generally, within the shoreland ordinance, you don't want to say what a retaining wall is not. Right? I think the previous language said a single item
Single
is
rock.
not a retaining wall. Okay, but it is, right? Because that word is used within the statute, and that's a specific restriction that we have to enforce. We can't just say, well, something less than 20 feet isn't a retaining wall. You can't do
Yeah,
that. It would, if it's holding back soil, if it generally would be within the statute to have been understood to be something that holds back soil, no matter how tall it is, we can't put that additional restriction to that definition. It doesn't, it would be a
Okay.
void definition. We wouldn't be able to apply it.
so do we leave it as an accessory structure? Or how do we?
Well, so right now it's not defined. Accessory structure is defined as, and then it lists examples.
And this is as
The
a,
word retaining wall is
Not the-
used by saying a retaining wall is an accessory structure. So that's within the definition of accessory structure.
okay,
And now we don't have, in what's presented, there's no definition of what a retaining wall is, meaning that when you're reading the ordinance, you would go to the general usage of the word, meaning a lateral wall that holds back soil or something to that extent. So when I try to enforce a citation in court, I go and say, the general usage of the word means anything that holds back soil. Does this thing that we're talking about in court hold back soil? Yes, and a judge has to say, is that a retaining wall? Is it not a retaining wall? You can put a specific definition in there if you want. And I guess that could provide clarity, but if you're going to just define it in the same way that word is generally used,
we're not getting it.
you're not doing really anything. You're adding language to the ordinance that doesn't need to be there.
So basically, under accessory structure, then we'd have to define what a boat, a gazebo, a garage, because that's one of the other ones.
Yeah.
We'd have to define each one of those,
I mean, you don't have to, again, you can, but there would be no reason to do.
but there'd be no reason to,
Because
okay,
it'll default to the general usage of what does that mean to the general public.
okay.
yeah, like I think there's some, I believe I've seen some counties that have a gazebo definition to try to clarify what they mean by gazebo, but most people just, like Joe said, it's
But if you have to.
not in there, you
plan it-
just go to the general use of that word.
Okay,
I mean, if some of these in the larger entities are pretty, broad, like the Federal Highway Administration has structures designed to provide lateral resistance for a mass of earth or other material. So it's like, that's know, pretty much generally what the definition is anyways, and that's what we would be enforcing it off of, but there is request from the public. They want a specific definition so they know what it is. It seems like they want a specific, like, measurements and everything, which, as Joe just said, we can't do that in the definition of a.
So to help,
So I want to clarify, you could.
Yeah.
do
And the
that.
regulation,
It just, if it goes contrary to what would be the definition within the statute, we would be
more restricted.
contrary to the shoreline
Yeah.
ordinance statute, and then it wouldn't be enforceable.
Mm-hmm.
So you,
So it isn't a lot ordinance, is it?
theoretically, you could say a retaining wall isn't less than 6 inches high. That probably would be fine, because it's unlikely that anything 6 inches high is going to retain soil to the extent that a court is going to interpret it as a retaining wall, right? You could do that. It's just not really a reason to do it.
Yeah, okay. So what do we think that we, right, so that it holds back, you know, take one of those definitions that it holds back? I mean, it seems these landscapers and everybody wants some kind of a definition, so if it, retaining wall, if it's holding back any soil or something, whatever that Burnett one said, it's a retaining wall. Would that help for their interpretation, what they're asking, without being,
But again, if you're landscape, I mean, I wouldn't call landscape edging a retaining wall, and that technically holds back soil. That's the whole gist.
Yeah.
Once you start
Yeah.
getting into it, you know,
Right, and so if you set a specific definition, hey, it holds back soil and landscaping holds back soil, okay. Well, if you're gonna set that definition, then it can be more specifically interpreted. If you say retaining wall, generally people see a retaining wall and say, yeah, that's a retaining wall, right? If you say a retaining wall is anything that holds back soil, okay, well, really, you're
rock,
trying to be more clear,
right,
but you're making things
pigeonholed it.
yeah.
probably
Yeah.
worse.
okay, I think that's what we were thinking last time, weren't we, kind of that,
Can I give you one example of the last time?
yeah.
Joe mentioned just now, a rock edging, and you kind of think of 6 inches. Well, all of a sudden, Sarah, and I know we had said before that that's not a retaining wall. Well, all of a sudden you got 3-foot boulders all lined up along there, and I think that's probably a retaining wall,
Right.
you know?
That one
So
rock
that's
is
a
what the
real
rock.
tough one to define.
Or another example would be, all right, well, I have 6 inches and then I terrace it back a foot, and then I have 6 inches, and then you have a terraced retaining wall.
And again,
Even though each
Is it a
step is
sidewalk?
only,
Is it steps?
it's still a retaining wall, because if you look at it, you say, that's a retaining wall.
Yeah.
But, well, it's only 6 inches, and it says that,
That's what they do.
Yeah.
I've seen that.
Chair, can I just make a comment?
Yes,
Obviously, staff doesn't have an opinion on the matter. Whatever you move forward with is what we will enforce. However, we've tried that and we've tried to say something less than a specific size wasn't going to count. And the DNR just said, sorry, Polk County, you can't do that.
yeah,
So, that's where we're at. So I'm just really wanting to put the onus where a lot of these rules and regulations are coming from. Logan and I don't have a dog in the fight of if it's 12 inches or 24 inches or whatever, but, define it or don't define it, we'll do our best to move forward.
Yeah,
so it should be just something that holds back, or what, without cutting our throat, or
Do
I
that.
don't care either. way.
what,
You're being more restrictive when you do
Yes.
that.
that's, yeah.
So if the call is to not be as restrictive, I think you just leave it alone and you don't touch it.
Yeah, and that's what staff's preference would be, is then we're able to go out to a property. Pretty much it comes down to, if you walk up and say that's a retaining wall, it's probably a retaining wall. If you walk up there and see small boulders holding in 2 inches of mulch, I feel like it's gonna be difficult for us, if it goes to court, to, stand up there and justify how we're gonna say that's a retaining wall.
Yeah,
If you say just holds back anything, now it's gonna be a lot more difficult for us to walk up there and say, yeah,
Oh, yeah.
that is holding back something.
Yeah, or to allow it. I mean, if we
Yeah.
want to allow it, that's why 5 of the 8 counties had no definition, because they likely allow.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they might drive 60 in the 55, you know what I mean? Like they probably are some small things allowed.
And that's where,
And this is in shoreline, not outside, not in general. So that's what we were doing too, like,
Yeah.
you know, people put rocks around the flagpole, around their mailboxes. Are they all retaining walls? Yeah.
yeah, and that's where the concern from the public comments is they want to know exactly what we're gonna call one. And it's almost impossible to give somebody an exact blueprint of exactly what we're gonna call a retaining wall, because there's so many variable out there that you don't really know until you get to every specific project. I get that they want to know what they can tell the owner ahead of time, but there's some things that it just, that's why there's staff to review that permit, because it's,
To review the permit.
if everyone knew what they needed, there wouldn't really be much of a review needed.
Yeah. So what do you think we should
I'd
do?
like to agree with the public and, or the, you know, the landscapers and have a definition. But I agree with Logan, it's like, but you know, you kind of got to walk up and see it because they list all the
Case by case.
timbers and
Timber said that, what if I do a timber one, how's that a rock high?
then.
It's a timber high.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
Definition.
so I don't think we
so
can,
it's really hard to define.
It is.
And so I'd like to see a definition. What would you say?
yeah. That's
John
it.
did give some examples of definitions in the past of what he, I mean, just personally what he liked, because he also had a definition of a wing wall and
Yeah.
a couple of other things.
Well, I just asked Joe, like, what definition of retaining wall, you know, do you like or would legally you like?
I like no definition. I think a retaining wall is pretty obvious to a person when they see something. And ultimately, it is gonna have to, if Logan is unreasonably saying something is a retaining wall, someone's attorney can convince me that it's not in fact a retaining wall. Okay, then nothing ends up happening. If Logan thinks it's a retaining wall and I think it's a retaining wall and they can't convince me that it's not a retaining wall, I'm probably gonna be pretty successful at convincing a judge that it's a retaining wall. No definition is,
Or it's under accessory structure.
right, well,
That's the definition.
the definite, again,
And it's man-made. It's within the 75 feet. You gotta have a permit.
so that's my
Kind of
perspective.
thinking.
I don't think if a definition is necessary. I understand why someone might want a definition. The problem with creating definitions, which I think you've all highlighted, is if you make it too clear, which is what, I mean, they want a pretty, very specific definition of what is and isn't a retaining wall. If you make it too clear, it makes it that much easier to circumvent, right? Okay, I know what I can't do. Here's how I get around that. And I'm going to accomplish that one way or another. And then, okay, well, we'll fix that. All right, well, there's a new way to fix it. There's always going to be a way to get around it, that's what lawyers do.
That's it, yeah.
Is there a certain size that requires a permit then? So,
Any accessory structure within the 75 feet needs a permit.
anyways,
That's DNR.
Anything that is an accessory structure within the 75 feet, if it's a retaining wall, it's an accessory structure, you would need. So even if it's
Shed, garage, driveway, parking lot, sidewalk, walkways, patio, deck, porch, fire pit, stairway lift. Unless there's
2 feet high,
unless it's exempt, in the exempt, like a boathouse is exempt. They need permits, yeah.
All right.
You still need a permit, you're just exempt from the setback.
right? you need
Yeah.
Variance.
Yeah.
I would like to have a conversation a little bit about the town zoned piece. Because I was to the understanding when this all started that DNR said our language was not legal. So our section, current section 42-212 says uses within the shoreland shall conform to the requirements of these county zoning districts or the respective town zoning districts in towns with their own zoning. Keyword is uses within the shoreland. I was the understanding that DNR said that's not okay, and that it was in direct conflict with 59-692. However, we have the town zone section now in the draft. It's been back and forth. I looked through a few different months. There was times it was in, there was times it was out. Maybe it was in, I'm not saying it was intentional, okay? I'm just saying, what are we doing? Because we took it out, all the individual, And we had to modify all the other zones because of being in compliance with shoreland zoning. We couldn't be more restrictive. But now if it's in, those words are back in there. Basically, all towns with their own zoning ordinances to create, administer, and enforce all of their use regulations. And I'm highlighting the word use because I think that's the important word within the shorelands areas as defined under 213A, which is town zoned. Polk County is still charged with administrating the state shoreline zoning standards, NR 115, and permits are still required from the county. But are those two the statements that DNR said it had to come out, and it did mostly, but not completely, and now it's back and it's in, I shouldn't say now it's back in, are those two in conflict with one another? Because my understanding was we had shoreland zoning, and then underneath that, we had our zoning districts, which meant that shoreland zoning was superseded the zoning districts, which was why, back from historical people stating that it was put there so they could zone things like tourist rooming houses and those types of things.
Or they could put commercial.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
But those are two those are very polarizing situations because this is saying the town still has their zoning control other than specific shoreland control. If we leave the town zone T1, which is currently in the draft, it basically says the town still has all their control other than the specific shoreline, boathouse, whatever. We take that language out, they've lost all of that within the shoreland. What is, and tell me if I'm misunderstanding it, but tell me what we're doing and where are we going to be in conflict? Because the towns definitely want this language. They want this language. There's and I have no problem with that language. But that town zoning, those zoning districts were put underneath shoreline for a reason, way back.
Let's leave, why not leave the language in as it is now? And then send it to once we ratify, send it to DNR, let them make the call on it. You know, that way if they didn't come on it last time or they didn't see it, we'll get that take.
Yeah, and that's what occurred is there was discussion prior to obviously sending our copy to the DNR. They had that memo that stated about the towns enforcing their own zoning. So it got removed before it even got sent there. So when I got that copy back from the DNR with the edits, they never saw it, so it wasn't part of the edit. So when I went through our current ordinance to edit everything, it was never there. With that being said, I feel like, and I don't know, because I'm not the one that's gonna review it, that will be the DNR, but the way it reads right now is we have designated a zoning district in the shoreland area and a town zone is that district. Having restrictions saying except for towns with their own zoning underneath the general provisions section, I feel like is probably not okay because we're saying these are the general provisions of all shoreland areas.
Too broad.
And yeah, so that needs to apply everywhere. But if you have if you're in a town zoned area, once you get down to the actual districts and uses, you can go and say, we're deeming instead of residential, this area is town zoned. So there's no conditional use allowed permitted uses, but we can't put that in general because general is supposed to encompass everything. But we can say, hey, they do have the authority to, again, I don't know if the DNR is going to approve it, but they have the authority to say a bar or tavern's allowed here and it's not there.
In a campground or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So
we believe at this point that being relocated there does hopefully serve the purpose of allowing towns to still have their zoning authority.
And it will
without-
work.
Yeah.
Without blowing everything else up and work, because like I said, that was some of the whole meat of all this was that had to go away. And then all our other zoning districts descriptions had to change.
Yeah, and that's where, from my perspective, when all these general provisions were added, it was so that they didn't have to go in and put them all in every zoning district to get them in there so people can look and see. So they're like, all right, we're gonna enforce bunkhouses everywhere in shoreland the same. We're gonna put it up here. So now it's everywhere.
Yeah.
And that's where the issue lies is by putting it up there, the DNR saying you can't put it up there and say, but towns with their own zoning don't have to follow that.
Okay.
So if you did separate it all out and put it into every zoning district, I think that'd be a way to clean all that up, but it's also not, I mean, it's cleaning it up, but it's also adding a ton of text in the back end. And I don't know what Joe's opinion is on if the way we have it is worth a shot. I mean, no one really knows, I guess, but.
Well, it makes more sense because towns are the people that can do their own zoning. We don't get to walk in there and tell them.
Right, they just
This is
can't change,
commercial or this.
right, they just can't change the shoreland rules. They can't
Yeah.
zone outside or above or be, you know,
But they can do underlying. So
they can do more restrictive in some areas, like,
Yeah,
yes.
anywhere, if they're zoned
Yeah, they
themselves.
can. I mean, I'm
Right.
sure
They can come and say.
I'm just saying the language from the state says that towns have limited exceptions as far as to enact their own shore, but it is their own shoreland zoning. So
Yeah, that, the
they're
shoreline,
very restricted for their shoreland piece.
the shoreline part, they have no say.
Basically,
It's how bad it is.
Correct.
You know, that's what, $250.
Yeah, 59,692.
59.69 takes it away from the towns.
Correct.
That can't do it either way.
If
But then you come back and do all this other stuff, yeah, and then it says they can do it. So I'm saying we should leave it because I think the towns deserve. to
And
have their
I'm
own.
good with that. I just think it was worth a conversation because it's been in, it's been out. Part
Yeah.
of the whole fight and part of some of the blow up was about you're taking, even our town guys here that were today, their concern was, are we losing our rights? And this is basically saying, no, you're not.
And unfortunately, that language in 2022 was never certified by the DNR.
Correct.
And so if Joe is okay to try to give it a shot this way, removing it from general and having it, and the committee wants to move forward, I think it might be a worth a try, like Logan said.
Yeah, and I do want to just to paint the picture at the end here. The reason, because some people might ask, why don't you just put this in general? And then if it's in general, it's enforced in all county zoned areas. It's not enforced in town. The only issue with that is we have unzoned town in Polk County or unzoned towns. So if we put it in general, those unzoned towns in Shoreland wouldn't have any of those same requirements. So that's where it's like you had either all of your towns. What's that?
Don't the unincorporated areas fall into county zoning?
No.
If you're unzoned, there's no zoning.
Well, we should.
Shoreland is an
But
overlay.
Shoreland is an
Yeah.
overlay.
That's
And
only
that's
the
why we
overlay.
put zoning on underneath the shoreland so that then that would touch the rooming houses and whatnot in unzoned.
Good explanation.
Yeah.
So that's why, if there's counties that have all either town or county zoned and they don't have to, worry about this, but when you have unzoned towns, and unfortunately our unzoned towns are Georgetown, which has Bone Lake, but they have some large lakes, so that's where another layer would be like, if it really didn't impact shoreland, if those towns didn't have a ton of shoreland, it wouldn't probably have. The reason somebody put this in here, whenever year they put it in there, is because of those unzoned towns have high profile lakes in them.
Yeah.
It's why you have exhibit, 5 from the Bone Lake Management District, trying to.
Right.
Try to keep
Oh,
it.
absolutely. Regulation, yes.
So hopefully that makes sense, how all the layers work together, because it's not clear. I mean, you got general working underneath shoreland, but if you don't have general, you only have shoreland, and so.
Yeah. But we want
Is
to
there a
leave.
reason why they don't have zoning?
They never adopted county zoning yet.
Yep. Everybody could opt in or out.
Yeah.
It's just Georgetown and
Georgetown, Lorraine,
Laketown.
Laketown, and
Beaver still not zoned.
Clam Falls. I think it's those four. Sterling wasn't, but now they are.
Okay, yeah, that's right, Sterling.
So it should just be Lorraine, Clam Falls, Georgetown, and Laketown.
Okay.
I have one question and it's kind of, I don't know, I've asked it before, but I'm trying, what's the reasoning behind under residential, having tourist rooming houses under residential when it's obviously a business? It's commercial. It's commercial business.
Require them to rezone to operate the business. And from what I understand, the committee decided to use the state rules and regulations, so it can be under residential.
For the state.
Yeah, well, per per Polk County. I mean, if the county wanted to require it to be commercial, you're gonna see a lot of rezones, but I don't think that's what. I think you'll get some pushback on that.
That would be a mess. Yeah, also, you think about that, that would be a mess to rezone.
Well,
One
yeah,
house is commercial, the next house is not.
Well, it might be what one would consider spot zoning at that time.
Right.
yeah, it would.
Yeah, I'm not sure if part of that legal.
That was that hundred
that
and eighty
thing that we
days
can't.
litigation, the 180 days made it less.
Yes, and that's why, yeah, that's why when a tourist
that
greenhouse
short
owner
stuff.
comes in and wants to really lobby for more than 180 days, the response from staff is typically you can rent more than that, but you just need to rezone to the applicable use then. You need to be.
If you go
Okay.
to that.
And a
Mhm.
Okay.
resort at that.
Yes,
Gotcha.
That was the short
We don't
pitch.
necessarily
feel free.
want that. So, okay.
We had the one question about the Loma and stuff, but that's
The
that's
what?
the
Loma.
FEMA stuff. That's
Oh,
all
yeah.
federal.
Plain.
Yeah, that's all floodplain. So I mean, that doesn't impact the shoreline ordinance. I think had general questions on
General questions.
floodplain ordinance, which that was, I forget if that was what year that was.
18 or
Updated
19,
to the
because that
model.
was the new
Yeah.
stuff that came in, but
Mhm.
that's all federal stuff when you do that.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
I think we generally adopted the model ordinance in the floodplain. I don't know if it's exactly the model, but I think it's very close if it's not. Yeah.
Okay, so that was one of the questions, and that's just, maybe our LiDAR will help us more on that too, to show that it's,
Yeah, oh, undoubtedly.
those are all.
Yep.
If you were 1,000 feet from a lake, you were in shoreline, holy cripes, I mean, can't even see the water in some of these spots.
I think the
It's really
LiDAR
hot.
data is undoubtedly gonna help with that, and then, some lakes have more data than other lakes, when he was, in that particular public comment talking about different lakes.
Yeah,
So,
that they have, because they have an inlet outlet,
yes.
so a lot of those,
Yes.
okay.
I would also,
Touch on the boat.
On the boathouse stuff.
Oh, yeah, the 28.
So my argument with her was at 35 feet from the water the other way, like Hanson has in there,
Mhm.
the 35 feet back is just the first buffer line. The exempt for a boathouse is up to 75. So what if the hill is so bad you put your boathouse at 20 feet back? Could it only be 15 foot deep? No, it could be the same size because it goes back. It isn't limited to the 35 foot first buffer area.
his comment was referring to his understanding that it had to all be within that 35-foot viewing area, and I don't know if that's accurate.
The viewing area is the opposite way.
I don't know, but to me, that was his comment, that
Yeah.
if you have to have this boathouse within the 35 feet.
Because the one, I just remember it. I don't think it's in this one. In this one,
Oh.
he had one response from the DNR that said, if we go 26 feet, we had to make our 10
They
foot
said
down to
that.
9 feet.
But
So
I mean,
guess
she said that and I was trying to fight it if she'd ever answer us sometimes on that. Because that 35 feet is the other direction. The viewing corridor is this way.
Yeah.
Okay, it has to be in that, but that 35-foot buffer is the no building, no everything.
Mhm.
A boathouse is an exempt structure that can be within the 75 feet. So why can't you put it 20 feet back? If it would work better.
So
It doesn't always have to be at just 10. If it was back a little farther, what would be the difference?
So the DNR's perspective and the reason why they're flagging it to be removed is because underneath boathouse, where it says a boathouse is exempt, it specifically states that, where is that?
DNR is flagging for what to be removed.
Our distance, our setback is 10 feet. We allow a 26-foot boathouse, which they're saying goes out of the access and viewing corridor. And because the exempt language states that a boathouse,
Just an exempt structure.
but there's a provision, so all of the following structures are exempt from the shoreline setback. A dry boathouse. Boathouse is located entirely above the ordinary high water mark, entirely within the access and viewing corridor. So they're saying it has to meet that in order to be exempt. So then you go to the model ordinance definition of access and viewing corridor, and that states that an access and viewing corridor is a strip of vegetated land that allows safe pedestrian access to shore through the vegetative buffer zone, which that vegetative buffer zone is that 35-foot area.
Yeah.
So that's where they're saying, by your guys' ordinance, you're allowing it to go in or beyond that buffer zone, and that wouldn't be allowed. So your boathouse, in a sense, the way this is all explained is that your boathouse has to be within 35 feet of the lake, no matter what, is what the DNR's perspective is and why they flagged it. Because it says you can only have a boathouse if it's in the access and viewing corridor.
So they consider the 35-foot an access.
So you got your.
The viewing corridor is 35, or not always,
So there's a viewing corridor.
5% of your lot.
Yeah, so there's that 35% viewing corridor, and then when it says through the vegetative buffer zone, so they're saying the viewing corridor through the buffer zone, and the buffer zone flips this way 35 feet. So
Okay.
that they're saying your boathouse has to be within this and this to
Okay.
get permitted as exempt. What they're saying. So Doug is right. Their comment, they said either you need to reduce your setback to the lake or reduce your boathouse depth that
Yeah.
you're going to allow
Okay.
to meet that required action that they had.
But we were gonna leave it in and just see what they said.
So from what I got from you guys was not to change, so I'm like, I did message her because she asked if there was any changes. Because I told her or notified the public hearing. And so I just notified her of that wasn't changed, after discussion.
Yep.
The
Because you
thought is
talked
that
about going to
should stay in.
24 feet in
Yeah,
depth.
and that was no, so, and I might have missed it when if you guys said, let's go down to 9, and if I missed it, I apologize, but that would be the.
The setback off the.
Correct.
Just reduce the setback so that you're within the 35 feet.
That's
So what-
basically what we gotta do, because we can't
Yeah.
have 26 and 10, because that's 36 your foot.
Yeah.
You either reduce this
So the setback,
or the ordinary high water mark.
Does the model ordinance have a setback from the high water? Oh, it doesn't.
No,
So we
that
can-
was something that was lobbied for, I think, years ago
Yeah.
during the public hearing.
So we can go to
process.
8 to make it safe.
And that's where.
Not to make this more complicated. I would just soon see it 28 feet, but I could leave it at 26 and 9 feet. I mean, these boats are getting bigger and
They are
bigger.
Yeah, they are.
Some don't use for their boathouse for their actual pontoon, but a lot of them do. I'm understanding the calls I'm getting.
Get a big tri-tune. 20
And that's
Try tunes, yeah.
that's the issue is boats have only gotten bigger. So it's like, how do you just keep increasing it as they get bigger and that's, something the committee needs to determine as far as if you're going to keep changing it, if boats get bigger, eventually you'll get back to the 35-foot mark and then they're not allowed, but.
Yeah.
And then I guess to make a clarification on, public comment, wondering why we can be more restrictive in the boathouse setback.
Oh, yeah.
It's because there is no setback because it's exempt from 75 feet. So we are not being more restrictive by saying 10 feet.
Oh,
I mean,
okay, yeah.
You could, I guess you could kind of think of it that you're being more restrictive because you're adding a regulation to it. But the DNR is just stating you're exempt from the 75 feet. And then the county saying, you gotta be at least 10 feet.
See, that's what hurts. We're exempt from the 75 feet to boathouse, so why can't it go over that line?
It's not more restrictive because there is no restriction.
There is no restriction, yeah. But see, then they say that's 75 and I'm losing it there. So then if we're thinking it could go up to 28, we'd want to go to 8 foot or something, wouldn't we?
we want to go to 7.
7.
Or
yeah.
7.
We need to
yeah.
go to 7 off the ordinary.
Get the
water.
To get to 35.
Yeah, so.
We'd rather fight the 35 than go closer, but
I mean, I understand, you
Yeah.
have the motor hanging off the back. I get that, whatever. And I think that's what we got to decide. Are we going to, I think it's either leave it at 10 or go to 7.
how about that boathouse itself, go to 28, even at 26,
Well, if you go to 7, then you can have
28.
28.
But you would have to then change that as well. 228.
Yeah,
Correct.
you would.
Well, by consent, what do we want to go, which way?
Yeah, the decision is if you want these boathouses to go towards the lake or not, and how
Yeah.
far you want. them to
How
go
close
towards
do you
the lake.
want them? Yeah.
DNR doesn't restrict it, so I don't know why we should be worried about it, personally.
Okay, well, yeah.
There's that.
So your recommendation is to go the 7-foot setback with a 28-foot
Sure.
boathouse.
go to the 7-foot setback and go up to 20. So that's the max. They don't have to build it that big.
No, no.
So that's a max. That's a max. Okay.
All right, so if we do that, then what does that look like for putting an apron around it and those types of things? I'm just throwing it out
Yep.
there.
Because would that be considered part of the boathouse, especially in front of it? So it'd be with the 7
The
2-foot
DNR
deal.
The DNR did not allow, Logan, correct me if I'm wrong. The DNR didn't certify the language with any apron and data, language.
Yeah, I mean, we never had that in there.
Never had any language
It's been stated that an apron isn't part of your boathouse. It's it'd be considered an accessory structure separate from the boathouse. But
But then you'd have to get a separate permit for an accessory structure in front of your exempted boathouse.
Yeah. Or
That
you
was
just have
kinda
trucks that
crazy.
go in it and you use it as a boathouse.
But if you have a 28-foot boathouse and you put a 5-foot apron in there, now your boathouse is only considered part of the boathouse. Now your boathouse is only
Yeah.
23 feet.
23 feet.
Cause it's part of the, your
So you want it.
thing.
But if it
So
was part of the boathouse footprint,
Could you just do that? Could we just say that an apron is part of the footprint?
Yeah, you can do.
You
No, we can do whatever we want.
make it part of the boathouse and
you lost your 2 feet.
Yeah.
you're just putting it back to, you can't build anything. I mean,
Well, but pick your back. I don't
and
know.
what does an apron hurt?
Yeah, if you want the
already got
apron,
the
then
boathouse there.
I got
I
it.
don't
Well,
understand
the
why
biggest thing the apron is for washing.
Have a big 5-foot apron.
he's so restricted, that's all.
Yeah.
You can have when you build your stairway, what can you have, 50 square feet?
landing, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's also restricted to the minimal amount of stairway necessary to provide access. So you're allowed up to 50 feet if it's arguable that you need 50 feet
Square feet.
To make the skirt, to make it
to navigate
real steep.
so there's arguments. Arguably, an apron is a part of the boathouse. Arguably, an apron is not part of the boathouse and would be an accessory structure. There are.
Yeah.
I can argue whatever you guys tell me.
So can we, but
No.
it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Well,
If you have an apron, you have to be within that 7 foot of the ordinary high water mark, correct? So it's gonna shorten up your boathouse. We're not going
Right.
further. So am I understanding that right? So they can have an apron, possibly,
It's a part of the boathouse.
if it's a part of the boathouse, but that doesn't increase their overall length of the structure. That is part of the structure, correct?
Right, it'll reduce the length of the structure. The potential problem, again, if you were to do something like that, you have to make sure that you're putting restrictions on it if, in fact, that's what you want to do. Because theoretically, then someone could put I don't know, how wide are they allowed to be?
14 feet wide.
14 foot by 3 foot boathouse and then have a 23.
Of course they could.
Of course.
Sail on the lake.
Oh,
Of course
boy.
they could.
So that's where you run into problems.
Mhm.
that's why it would have been easier to go back. Get out of that 35 and stay back and be able to go that
Well, and you
way.
can leave it in there and see what the DNR says, I guess, but
Well, I think if we do this, but I mean,
We do gotta change something,
to make it work.
yeah.
because we're a foot over, so we do have to do something.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's either go to a
9 and
7 or a 9 and go to a 28-foot boathouse, I think is what
Or
our,
don't go to 28, go to the 7, then they can put their 2-foot apron on it.
well, it's just part of the structure at that point, so it's still 28.
Yeah.
But right now, it's not considered part of the structure.
Well, let's
See, now it's not. So that 2 feet, they'd be down to 26 again. So then we'd have to be down to 5. Because if you have a 2-foot and then you're 28, you're at 30.
So what's the legal definition of, what do we define a boathouse as?
A permanent structure used for the storage of watercraft and associated materials and includes all structures which are totally enclosed, have roofs or walls or any combination of these structural parts.
So in the true definition of a boathouse, it says nothing about an apron,
Correct.
unless that apron was on the inside of the boathouse. You could have an apron in the inside, technically, because it's under roof.
Sure, if you wanted to have your your cement kind of drop down inside.
But
Absolutely.
nothing outside, so that tells me that the apron is not part of the structure.
Which has been another beef of some of the contractors.
Unless you change the definition, which you could do, you could add language that, for example, says, and can include an apron up to.
So where does that definition of boathouse come? Does that come from the DNR?
So that's where I don't know if we can change the definition because it's right in the model, but I'm not positive on that. But it is right from the model ordinance is the definition that we have.
You've got yours right there. She's got a book.
So maybe if, yeah.
Corporate counsel smirking, which tells me that he thinks we can add it.
I think you certainly could try
Yeah.
and see what the DNR says. My opinion is that there shouldn't be a restriction on the ability to add that language. My opinion is that I think it could certainly be a part of the structure, and as part of the structure of a boathouse, it should be something that's not restricted in the statute. Therefore,
Totally enclosed.
so
Just the totally enclosed, but
But then would you put a foot minimum that an apron has to be right in the definition again?
I would probably put
It's looking that-
maximum.
Yeah, but I'm also looking over here. You're looking at the definitions too. There's it's two places.
In that particular circumstance, I would want to put
Right, because you
wise. Otherwise, you're going to end up with a 3-foot boathouse with a 23-foot.
so you could put like a 24-inch apron. Max. Somebody might want a foot, but look, it's foot.
means a permanent structure used for storage.
Question, and it might sound.
How would that work?
If you have tracks, could you even use an apron if you have tracks that go into your?
That's what the guy says, because they mounted to those.
And mount it to the apron.
That's where the hump is, where it comes up and over.
Okay, so you're saying then that you would make sure that the apron is enclosed per the DNR definition?
That up to a 2-foot apron,
Okay,
or a drip line, whatever, too, or whatever. I mean, because if you go to a lot of them, that apron is actually tipped. And that's where it comes up
Yeah,
and flattens.
Right.
Like an apron.
That's where they anchor it. That's where the bend is.
okay.
You know, if you go by a lot of,
So is all of this a part of the setback discussion too? I mean, did we decide?
because they wanted the side more, but I don't know. With a 5-foot side setback, you have to talk them into moving it back 10 feet. That's just the minimum.
That would be staff's opinion is that's a minimum. If somebody wants them to go further because they can't do the work the way the 5 feet is, that's up to them. But we also have people on lakes that just want a garden shed and they should be able to just put that 5 feet if
That's
that's what it
5 foot one,
fits.
yeah.
Just because some buildings require heavy machinery doesn't mean they all do. So that's where I would disagree that to increase it, you don't have to put it at 5 feet. That's just the minimum.
That's just the
Yeah.
minimum.
Well, then where that whole,
Contractor could say, I won't do it if it's not at 10 feet because
Yeah.
I need to get a skid steer.
Yeah.
yeah.
and where that whole discussion came from, because I'll own it, I brought it up. It's like, because I lived on Balsam, I could have a 5-foot setback, but if I lived on Antler, I suddenly had to have a 15 or whatever. I mean,
Yeah.
it seemed to me way too random based on the classification. So I'll own that one. You can. people
Yeah,
can
because
attack me for
the
that.
antler would be a class 3, wasn't it? So you had that huge setback.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we're gonna leave the 5-foot because in my mind, if you make it a 10-foot, that's more restrictive again. So,
Yeah, it is more restrictive.
It is, absolutely. We changed
I
it.
don't think that's
but
it.
we're leaving it at
Standardized
5.
We're leaving
We
it
standardized
because
it.
it's a minimum.
Yeah.
Minimum.
Doesn't mean you have to be there.
No.
No.
And that's not a DNR standard. So that's a county
Side
setback.
yards
So
or
we can
side-
change it
Mhm.
to
Which
whatever.
we have everything else at. So it's kind of you measure one
So-
shed, all sheds, they can be up to 5 or more.
If
I
we
would
were
just-
going to, sorry.
I would just say the contractor should have to make them or try to get them to move it a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's a valid conversation. If someone says, I want this structure, and as the contractor, you say, well, I can't do it because it's that close. We need you to move it
A
to
little
get
bit,
access around there. I
Mhm.
don't think we should change, like I
No.
said, there's all different kinds of size structures. We don't need. Yeah, I agree with it. On some of these, it'd be nice to have more room. So then that's where you either get permission from the landowner or have them move it
Move
further
it
in
that little
towards
bit,
that.
yeah. Okay.
In other cases, 5 feet is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's our final decision, everybody.
And we've been spinning around.
Doug, are we at 7 and 20?
7 and 28, or do we go to?
7 and
Yeah,
20.
7.
I also want to make a comment about the apron, because on the model ordinance copy, unless they've revised it since I printed it off, it says the county may create requirements for the construction of new boathouses provided they do not effectively prohibit the exemption of 7.5 parentheses 1. So could we then have an addition that a 2-foot, I don't know what's, a 2-foot apron is acceptable as far as an addition to a boathouse? I mean, however we want to say that, but a boathouse would be, like I said, I don't know how to legally say it, but coming from my experience around any building, there is some benefit for runoff, for erosion to have an apron.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
just put like a max 2 foot.
So if it's and that it's an option,
Yeah. not
they
a-
have the option to put a apron around it, just listed under the dry boathouses, however we've got it, just say, an apron, an optional.
Back to the 3 foot or the 23 foot, do you just say because of the width of the boathouse is 14 feet? With a 2 foot apron, your max square feet is 28 feet?
Well, then you'd still come 2 feet by, go by up the side because it's, you know what I mean? You'd go down the front and up your walkway.
Well,
Don't really,
But if it's part of the structure, yeah,
yeah, but you don't really need to wrap around. And,
yeah,
take the, for runoff.
for runoff
We should just have 14 by 2. I mean, I don't know.
in front.
I'm just giving my opinion.
For the width of the structure and 2 feet
14
wide,
feet. Yeah,
that's where I'm coming up with 28.
right. That's what I was agreeing with.
If there's a service door.
You've already got stairs and a sidewalk and landings for turns. I don't know. I don't want to micromanage this either. I just know that was one of the concerns. I know it's considered an accessory structure right now if we're reading it by,
Yeah.
if I'm understanding the lay of the law, and I think it makes sense to have an apron.
Yeah, if they can have up to 28 square feet, would it matter if we're not stipulating it has to be in the front, so maybe they could reduce that front part and use some of that square footage on their service door?
20 feet, so you can have.
Yeah.
28 square feet of uncovered.
Or part of the structure so that it's a continuous.
Because
You can't put it
because the
2 feet,
boathouse
6 feet
definition
away.
is covered,
Yeah.
so we're adding this
Yeah.
above and beyond that.
That it's an option.
It's,
Read the definition again, would you, Pam?
Definition of boathouse
Yeah, out of the model ordinance.
means a permanent structure used for the storage of watercraft and associated materials that includes all structures which are totally enclosed, have roofs or walls, or any combination of these structural parts. That is the definition of a boathouse. Then you have the building envelope. So you could have a 14 square foot piece of concrete within the building envelope. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but
Could you just define it as a 2 foot apron on the lakeside of the boathouse? It doesn't go to them using the square footage to add something to the other side. I don't know. That's where they want it, right?
Right in front.
Right in the front.
So
yeah.
if when they're putting those railings in and stuff,
Right.
they're going up.
That, yeah.
Corporate counsel, were you looking up something for us to reference specifically?
What page is the definition of boathouse on?
In the model?
28.
Yep.
It's the exact same definition as in ours. word for word.
For work, yeah.
Model in ours. Yep.
Yeah.
That's where we started.
Good job, staff. Good job.
Which was what,
Is where we started.
start right with the model ordinance and go from there.
Right. But we can't just scrap what we have. You know, we can't. And there's a lot of other language in what.
I do like the language of lakeside.
Lakeside, yeah.
28 square feet of a, you want to call it including.
Well, but we don't-
building
I think we should say the 2 foot, because if we say 28, what if they go 2 feet wide?
Yeah, yeah.
Right into the water.
Yeah.
28 square feet, you're not gonna,
Yeah, but you could go 2 feet wide and,
Or 1 foot
I
wide.
think you
14
have
foot right
to
into
say
the
that
water.
it runs the width of the
okay,
lakeside of your boathouse, the width of it.
Yeah.
yeah, because otherwise if you just say square feet, they can turn it the
Somebody
other way.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. Yeah, because then you'd have a ramp right into the water.
Well, they'll make it.
That's what you're saying, but I.
Yeah.
Just-
But I mean,
You got it right.
the definition of an apron would be, a 2 foot apron, 14 feet or something on that side, yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Add to this, an apron that work wouldn't be necessary to properly anchor the track system. They typically use deep piles, not big piling, or like block wall foundation with that. So I'm just sharing that flat work wouldn't be necessary to properly anchor the.
The anchor, the rail itself, yeah.
The way the definition reads.
Mhm.
Boathouse means a permanent structure used for the storage of watercraft and associated materials.
Mhm.
A boathouse includes, meaning it can be a structure which is totally enclosed, comma, can be a structure that has a roof. It can be a structure that has
Has what?
as one of any combination of those things. So it's again, it's not a great definition, but I think it's the definition from the statute, which is, again, not a great definition. But boathouse means a permanent structure used for the storage of watercraft and associated materials. That's really the main thing that is important here. So an apron could be part of the structure that uses. So I don't know that we have to worry about the enclosure language if we add to the definition something along the lines of
Maximum 2 foot. 2 by 14.
Well, and do we need to add it to the definition or could we just put it under the boathouse part?
put it under the boathouse.
Just the boathouse, but not the definition, just the boathouse part that.
Yeah.
Right.
It is
It's
an
included
apron
in the structure
or is acceptable for XYZ.
is included as part of the structure and is limited to 24 inches.
In width, 24 by 14.
Right, something.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the boathouse might not be 14 feet. They might go.
It's a part of the
12.
structure and limited,
So then we need to go to
24 inches
need to go to 5 feet from the ordinary high water mark.
by width
Yeah.
instead of 7.
Yeah, we'd have to go to
We're
5
gonna allow that 2 feet on the front, so now you're 5.
because it's part of the structure. So as soon as you put it in the structure, yeah, then it'd have to be 5.
I understand the intent of the committee. If you're gonna move this to the board, I can make sure to structure the language to encompass the intent and make sure that it is not able to be circumvented somehow.
Okay.
Just to,
If you intend to move it to the board without any additional contemplation by you. Obviously, if you want it to come back to you, then I can come up with that language and then you can see it before you send it.
So could we make these changes and move it to the board?
This month's board?
If you want to, theoretically can.
I think we'd have to skip,
So
have another
far,
meeting.
haven't made any changes that are so substantive that I think it would require
Another public hearing?
another public hearing.
That's my question.
Oh,
It may come to the point, as we continue to talk about things, that either you want more time to contemplate these things, or you may want language to come back that you want to take a look at before you send it on, even if it isn't a substantive change, or something else might come up that you say, you know what, this is, we want to add something else in here and that is gonna be a substantive change, then we would probably have to bring it back again. So as of right now, there's still options.
I think it's important that we keep this moving forward. Staff has done a heck of a lot of work over the last year and a half to try to vet this. Was not staff's issue that we do not have a certified ordinance, but we do need to get a certified ordinance so they can go forward. I think we have addressed some of the town language. We've addressed now some of these other concerns.
Mhm.
Now, my only other question would be my other comment would be going back to the town road. And back to Kim's issue last month was the fact that the reason we put, unless the township authorizes the closer setback on a town road within this area, because historically they were going to be away all the time. So the language that the setback for any town road, public street or highway shall be 63 feet from the center line of the road or 30 feet from the right of way, whichever is greater is required by the county subdivision ordinance. And we did have in there, we decided last month to strike unless it's been approved by the town board or accepted by the town board.
And the background information there is because every setback that went to the BOA regarding a road setback on a town, it was almost 100%. I believe that actually the statistics are like 100% of the time, the BOA approved it
Yeah.
if the town approved it.
Right.
So, but, it is true what the DNR is saying. The only way to offer relief, legal way to offer relief to an ordinance is through the quasi judicial body of the Board of Adjustment. I mean, that there is a lot of teeth in that. So I don't know how to fix that particular issue.
Does the language that we use to make zoning changes and the fact that the town board has to have it on their agenda and they have to approve it and have it in their minutes before it gets brought forward, does that have any teeth in saying if it's approved, following these steps like a zoning change? I mean, even if the town board approved it and then it came here, I mean, not that it has to come here, but I'm just saying that it's required though that the town doesn't, I mean, I don't even know what the requirements are right now, but.
Right. I think the issue is that right now it's like basically a staff administrative approval. And at the town level, we don't need to be board action. Tracy, I'm looking at you because you probably can correct me if I'm wrong, but like individuals or clerks or administrative folks for the town can actually sign off on that relief. And it sounds like maybe if there was an additional process or said we needed minutes or I don't know, maybe that would help. And we could.
Well, like a CUP or rezoning, we get down planning approval or
Is there
whatever.
a way to add language with that, or is that making it more cumbersome as well?
I don't know. I mean, we're certainly, staff likes that way it is now. There's no mistake. I mean, that's not something that we.
Are we deviating too far?
But people show up to the meetings to get that. I mean, they show up and it's usually in the minutes of their
The
meeting.
language is in there before, so it's been noticed.
If they ask for a setback, they're there and they usually get
And it's a form.
a form they
Board
fill out.
signs the form.
Yeah.
Denial, whatever.
And we pushed that pretty hard last time.
Well, and maybe-
Mr. Olson and them had all that really, we tried to get that to save the BOA
Yeah, if
from so much.
to try to do that, and maybe we can try the same thing, Joe, where if you understand the intent of the board to try to put that language back in there, we can try to send it to the DNR with it in there.
Do we take the setbacks out then?
Or, well, that's the other option is, obviously.
On a private and town road, take that number out and just county highways. And then it's up to the town to set it.
Most of the lake roads are private.
Or could be taken over by the town is what it was the intent of how they said it.
Yeah, but none of them are, and none
None
of
of
them
them will.
probably ever will be either.
But I mean, do we take the setbacks out?
I mean,
What happened then? And then the town would have to do the setbacks.
But the town doesn't, I think a lot of towns don't have a process
To
to
do that.
require setbacks. As far as I'm aware, I'm guessing they probably just don't require it or don't allow it within the right of way, but I don't know how many towns have a certain setback to the road.
Well, I have a state deal that says the towns can't give it to the county to put the setbacks in there anyway. So which way does that go?
Setbacks to the town right away, are definitely,
Most of them have setbacks. I think we have a deal that says the towns, they set that and they can't give that power to the county. I argued that with Mr. Luke a couple times. Because it's a public improvement.
Mhm.
So are these road setbacks, are these strictly Polk County?
Yeah, I believe so.
I think most of them are, yeah, pretty consistent
They're
around
not-
the areas.
They're not required.
So like federal highway, when we work with DOT, there's certain things where we have our setbacks in here, but there's certain structures that if they just don't allow it within their right of way, but sometimes their right of way isn't this wide. So
Right.
that's, the county is then, has that setback
Got it.
for, building development along
Was the state-
along the road and everything.
Like say Highway 8, they have 100 foot or something on each side. There's different places they have more or less.
So as far as I'm aware, these are all
These are all county, so
county
really, so
requirements.
what,
Are we-
DNR really doesn't have a.
Yeah, they got viewing corridors, trying to get so they could go to 4 lanes, 35 is that same way.
Sorry.
Well, I'm saying, Dewey, the towns, I'm sure, well, the towns that are zoned, their own setback, so we're good there.
perhaps we could try to keep the language in and require, town meeting minutes with action. And then we could, as part of the process.
And on a CUP, that's what they do.
Or we go back to, have we had issues? So go back to, has there ever been an issue? So do we just put the language back in and see what happens? Because in essence, that really isn't a DNR deal.
Shouldn't be,
Are we trying to solve a problem
That's not there. Yeah.
because of the ones, like
See what the DNR says.
like Nelson was doing now, they just went to Lincoln and they did it. Right, and that's how it works, because the town says, yes, that's our road.
Right.
It's true. I mean, they know their towns better than.
Right, yeah, right, yeah.
And that's, removing it completely. Any county zoned area would still have the setbacks are listed in general, so you'd still have those, and then we still have it listed in there as that route. So it'd be, town zoned areas, which hopefully they would have their own setbacks, so it'd pretty much fall down to unzoned towns wouldn't have any setback. And they don't have zoning, so I don't know what they would have at all for, requirements,
Yeah.
but,
But they could do a reduced setback. I mean, if I went to Clam Falls up there to Olson, he'd say I could build it right in the middle of the road. He wouldn't care.
But
Being, if you remove the.
But I mean, that's,
right, but if we, so
What
either,
happens is the currently unzoned areas within the shoreland wouldn't have
any
that
language.
particular setback.
Right.
I guess my follow-up question would be if this language, I don't know when it was put in, I was trying to find that this morning, but if this language was put in and certified, do you feel like that would give us a better argument to keep it in there, Joe?
Also, the language, having the towns basically approved beforehand, from what I can, it's already certified in our original, when we originally put shoreline forward to the DNR, that language was in there. I think,
Well,
from what I can tell, and they certified it.
Right.
So
from
A long
the
time ago.
from 15 or 18.
18 or whatever, yes.
this is a proposed change from the DNR saying, hey, you need to change this
yeah.
on something that was already certified. So
And wasn't it a suggestion?
Yeah, if it was a suggestion and not a
And not a mandate, that's what I was,
Yeah.
was it? I mean,
It's under required, under, 30.
You know better than I, that's for sure.
302E,
I got too many.
variation from a dimensional standard is required to be authorized by ordinance, not by town
But-
board.
And there's always exceptions, because I know the town of St. Croix Falls has one road in the shoreline zoning that doesn't have a 63-foot setback, and I only know that because the maintenance guy thought it was all a 63-foot setback and cut down all kinds of trees by Denise Sinclair. And we had to replant them. So you're gonna have, there's gonna be times when it doesn't, you know, you can't change it at all.
And I just remember years ago, a large majority of things that were going in the early 2000s that were going to the Board of Adjustment were regarding reduced road setbacks. And so it's obviously an effort in trying to make things easier for constituents. But again, there's still a set forth due process as far as relief to the ordinances. So, but we could try to keep the language in there with some clarification and then at least when the towns are challenging us, we can put the onus where it belongs.
Yeah, if they challenge us, then we can come back and say, fine, we'll just remove it altogether.
Yeah, but it's part of the zoning handbook. If you get that many BOA things, you change it to make it work. And that's basically what we looked at. Everything at the BOA was the same, you know, I need a 10-foot setback, 10 foot, 10 foot, 10 foot. People are going in there for $700 back then or whatever it was. And everyone was, yes, okay, well, then we should change it. And that's how 2 or 3 million houses got changed to that too. So I mean, that's kind of the process. How much stuff do you send to the BOA before it doesn't make sense? And it should just be done.
Yeah.
Before, you know,
Do it ahead
and
of
just keep doing it. You know, or set the standards to make them work. So I think we should leave that in there, that the towns do the setbacks on their private roads in their town.
So revert back, just,
To the
you
original.
don't want it like this, you want it, the original ordinance
Yeah.
language.
The original one in there for the road setbacks.
Do we have consensus on that?
Do we,
I think we all,
I think so.
Consensus on that?
I agree.
Do we also have consensus on the 7 and 28, Doug? I would still go
Well,
back to that.
if you're gonna go to a 2-foot apron on the front of it, you gotta go down to a 5.
Well, unless you include the 2 foot and the 28 feet.
Well, however you look at it.
it would only be a 26-foot building.
It's a 26-foot building.
Correct.
We'd have to go to 5.
5 is your number if you're gonna go allow a
So
foot apron in the building.
Are we comfortable as a consensus going to 28-foot building? That's gotta be question number one. Yeah. Yes.
I am.
I think so. It's an exempt structure.
28.
Okay.
Ask
So
what
then-
Eric thinks since he's land water.
What?
Ask what Eric thinks since he's land and water. Do you think that 2 foot makes a big difference? Or?
Regarding boats or the size of the structure or from a water quality standpoint or a structural standpoint? You're adding impervious surface. You know, I don't think it's a good argument that the apron is needed from an anchoring standpoint on the track system, because the earth anchors, pilings, as I said before.
Yeah.
I think that it's probably best to include it in the entire footprint.
So make your pick. 28 feet's the total deal.
Yep. And if you want
It would be Land and Water's
Then it's
recommendation,
20,
or
26.
Eric's, what your
Yeah.
thought.
24, yeah.
Yep, so,
So pick your,
Yeah.
make your pick.
7 feet, you've got 2-foot apron, you've reduced the size of your boathouse.
26.
To 26.
Yeah.
If you want a larger boathouse,
No apron.
no apron.
Up to 28 feet is your building total footprint.
Yeah.
Total footprint.
Or you could have a 27-foot building
Yep.
and a 1
1
foot
foot.
apron.
Yep.
Yeah.
Apron.
So, yeah, these are max.
And but the max apron allowable
Is
is
2 feet, 24 inches.
Yeah.
By
the width of the lake's side
of the
of
boathouse
the boathouse.
by 24 inches.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
28 is your max. With
All right, so what other changes? So, and we're good with the town language. So we're gonna let that roll the way it is.
On language.
Yeah.
The Loma stuff was federal. Chris Nelson gave us a handful of papers. What else was in the readings here? That took Mr. Hanson's.
He had the 3, he marks them as 3 exhibits. I can certainly pass them around. A lot of his questions are, will they be,
Could he get that permit?
No, I don't,
Oh, without sitting.
Let's know without Logan taking an in-depth look at those, and that's exhibit 7.
Okay.
Try to keep it together.
Yeah.
I think we addressed, because one was the definition of a boathouse, or of a
Retaining
wall.
wall.
Talked about that.
Yep. 5-foot setback.
5-foot setback we talked about.
The only other one was side setback averaging.
The one side.
The one side averaging.
Oh, the one-sided,
That was a different person.
yeah.
Yeah, the first one was a
Window.
one-sided.
At Mark. Have you ever done one-sided? It's always two.
It's not in our ordinance.
Yeah, because then the idea is years ago, I think it was, I don't mean to say years ago, I sound old when I talk like that, but it was discussed that if there was a vacant virgin lot, that the 75-foot setback was applicable, would apply. And that, you know, that was the effort at the time of the board.
But his point was he would make another lot, right?
Yeah, so his, I
He would
believe,
split his lot, so then he would have a virgin lot, and then why that should,
And then-
I'm just saying that,
And
I
then he
remember
wants to
his,
do averaging, yeah.
and then he wants to do a one-sided averaging.
Mm-hmm.
Was it, I mean, if,
One-sided average.
yeah, but wasn't it
Yeah.
also he was
Yeah.
going to split the lot to make that
To
vacant?
make it work.
I didn't think it was split. I thought it was.
Never had
I
one.
thought
It was a
He
lot.
has a
But
lot.
I didn't
okay.
hear
I
about
assumed-
splitting.
I thought he was going to, I thought there was something about creating a new lot.
I didn't hear
yeah, I
a vote
didn't
on that.
completely follow.
Okay, I could be wrong on that. I'm okay with being.
He said the one next door was 30 feet or something, and the other one, his was 75,
In the middle was empty.
and the middle was empty. Yeah. But he wanted one side.
But-
I didn't get what he meant
One-sided
by
averaging.
one-sided setback averaging.
If you got houses on
Yeah.
both sides.
Well, he
Within
did, he did
300
have a
feet.
house on both sides. He had a 35, a 50 or something, and then the next lot is blank.
Oh, it
Well,
wasn't
it's
in the
on
middle.
end. It wasn't.
Wasn't
Oh,
in
it's
the
on the
middle.
end.
Okay,
Oh, okay, now I
okay.
got it. I
All
didn't
right,
get
so
that.
it's the last lot.
Know how to get that average in there. That was his concern.
Yeah,
Uh,
because there's no average.
no, there was no average.
My opinion on that, and I agree with you, but if you have, you're talking about one-sided, if you have two lots that are all empty
Uh-huh.
and the guy buys this one, the first one, so he wants to be up with them at 40 feet, 50, 40.
Yeah.
Well, then all of a sudden that's sold and we agree with it, and the next one wants to be at.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
So I think if it's one-sided, then it should be back at the 75 foot,
yeah.
because that's where, back where,
And that's what it is at now.
Then it
isn't it?
starts meeting the new regulations.
Yeah.
Yeah,
His front yard.
especially if there's room.
Yeah.
Because some of them that did move back were really happy that they did, but some aren't, but. So do we address one-sided or leave it the way it is?
I'd leave it the way it is. That's my opinion.
right now it says 75.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll leave it,
I'd
okay.
leave
Well,
it.
that's what I'd say. I don't know.
All right. I think that was consensus, wasn't it?
Yes.
To leave it. Okay. All right.
The only other thing I have written down is, two people brought up delayed implementation. Certainly can do that.
We'll look at that.
That would be part of the resolution, essentially just setting an effective date.
Oh, yeah.
You can set an effective date later if you want.
I don't think we'll set that until we get through it all, get it back from the DNR, and then send it back for 6 months. Who knows?
Well,
We can't,
so,
we don't want to go say June 1st and they don't even send it back to us.
so what potentially will happen is if you want to move this to the board, you would direct me to draft a resolution putting forward the ordinance with any recommended minor changes that we talked about. I would prepare that resolution for an ordinance modification. Go to the board passes that resolution to amend the ordinance. In that resolution, you need to set the effective date because that ordinance is effective either when you pass it or on the effective date, regardless of anything to do with the DNR. That's just a step after you pass an ordinance. You have to send it to the DNR for them to certify. Their certification is just them saying, yeah, everything's fine. We don't have any recommended new modifications to your ordinance. So we can start enforcing our ordinance immediately if that's the effective date. If you set an effective date, like they're proposing January 1st of 2027, then it would kind of be like what you're saying, where it's just sitting there waiting for the DNR to give okay, and then we can amend it again and make some changes, whatever they're recommending, and then we can do that and send it back to them for confirmation, all the while getting closer and closer to January 1st. But if we don't get all of that stuff done before January 1st and we set a January 1st, 2027 effective date, that ordinance is going to kick in on January 1st, 2027, regardless of whether we've gotten through all the back and forth with the DNR and passed another ordinance. That's the effective date, right? And so if you don't set an effective date in the future, your ordinance is in effect when you pass it.
So if we pass that last one, then that's the effective one now then.
Our ordinance
Is
is.
effective, it's just not certified.
It's just not certified. Certification simply means that the DNR is not going to start the process to force us to do X, Y, and Z, right? They have some statutory, I think we talked about this almost a year ago now. The certification is basically them just saying, hey, we're not going to force you to do anything. That's really all certification is. Our ordinance is enforceable as it's currently drafted and written and adopted. We have an ordinance that we are enforcing against people. The DNR just hasn't certified it. Meaning that at any time they can come and say, that's not your ordinance anymore. Here's your new ordinance.
So they could come in and tell us, here's the model ordinance you need to use. This is what you need to use.
Absolutely good.
Okay.
There's a process by which they would have to follow to get to that point, but yes, they theoretically can do that. Or they could say, hey, here's all you, the other thing they can do is they can go hire a consultant, have the consultant do public hearings and do everything they need to do to come up with an ordinance. And then they can say, hey, county, you now owe us X number of dollars for this consultant. They can do that too.
Does the committee recognize the delayed enforcement recommendation along with then the other folks that are asking for, they're asking for it to be adopted immediately, right? I think you heard from other people asking for it to be acted on immediately, you know, the lakes and things. Right? So
Yeah.
you heard for delay and you heard for immediate. Just to recognize that.
Once it's approved by the board, it's effective.
Well, that's.
Unless
that's the question,
unless you had a delayed date.
You could put it out for July 1st. So once approval, this goes into effect July 1st. So if you pull a permit after July 1st, or if your work's not done, you have to go by the new
Because
rules.
any permit they-
Good or bad.
Now, up to that date,
Because
it's
all of a
on
sudden
the
they
old
like the
ordinance.
boathouse stuff, then
Right, because you get 2 feet if you wait, if you're building a
Yeah.
boathouse, you get 2 extra feet on your
Yeah.
boathouse. So there's a juggling act
Yeah,
there
yeah.
that
Right
you're
there.
gonna have to figure out
Yeah.
which one is.
You,
Right, and if you make it January 1st, they're gonna have to wait till next year.
right.
Yeah.
Right, and the comment made by Mr. Nelson was they do all their scheduling and program and designing in the winter time. So if you put it January 1, that's right in the middle of
Mhm.
when he said he's planning all this stuff, so.
And Hall said that too, that they're doing it, but he should be in here,
He's half full for the year.
but he should be getting permits in now because it's on the old one.
It all depends on what you want.
What
I
you
mean,
want.
but there's not really a ton of changes. This is not a rewrite. It's just.
Right.
Organization.
Organization.
And a lot of reorganization.
Reorganization.
So
And this would do the boathouse bigger and the apron would be safe.
Right.
If we leave the road setbacks, that doesn't change.
And clarifying the town language that it was pulled out here, but as
Yeah.
added back here, I think will also put a lot,
Oh, yeah.
calm
Yeah.
a lot of
Yeah.
people down.
And the road
Absolutely.
setback stuff, yeah.
Yeah, and I know there's been some people waiting for that accessory structure side lot line changed to 5 feet for all lakes rather than based off lake classification.
Oh, sure.
Just to, because we have had people call us, follow up, when is this going? When is this going? Because we've told them there's been no objection to it. It's just not effective yet.
Yeah.
Just so you know,
Yeah.
there's both sides of
People on
it.
the
People want it done and some people don't want it done right away.
Yeah. Well, we're closer than we've been in a long time.
So are you looking for an effective date? Is that one of the things you're recommending that we try to come up with?
Yeah.
Or
I think staff, if it goes to the board and they approve it, I mean, obviously,
We should have something ahead before it goes there,
it would be nice to have it effective.
As part of the
as part of our,
conversation with,
We just had the conversation. Do we want to have an effective date or do we want it the date that it passes the board?
yeah.
Because the question has been brought by a couple of different contractors.
And the lakes, you know.
And, right, you're
Yeah,
right,
and the-
contractors to have an effective
Just
date.
don't want to make it look
Yeah, no,
like
I
we're
appreciate that.
only.
Right, no,
Yeah.
contractors to have a delayed and some other people to say, pass it immediately.
But with the other changes that we've made, what is delaying it going to help
Right,
them?
Right.
The
I agree.
contractors. I mean, what is it going to help them? I don't know.
I agree.
So whatever, like that permit he brought in, they would be the same, pretty much, wouldn't they? They would,
I'd have to look at it. So
Yeah.
that's where I'm glad there
Okay.
was a permit brought in to say, hey, would we still be able to do this? Cause that's kind of the only way I can answer
Yeah,
that
how-
question
yeah,
if
how
I look
else?
at a permit. So
Yeah.
how else?
I was glad that was brought in. So
Yeah.
answer that.
So the only thing that would have been changed is if there was a retaining wall that didn't get something, isn't it? Otherwise, everything else is, what else would change?
Get a bigger boathouse.
Bigger
Get a bigger
boathouse,
boathouse, yeah. But what? What would stop any of the other stuff? I know we have, the slopes were in there, would change it a little. Okay. All right, well, what changes do we have then that we have from what we had from today?
Everything is documented. I mean, we could go through it all, but I think there are, the placement of town road setback reinstated.
Yep,
The change of setback to 78 and a 28-foot boathouse ability.
Is that 28?
Oh my gosh, just stick.
Seven.
Yeah,
14 by 28 with a 2-foot.
She meant 7 or 8.
7 to 28, yes, 7/28.
Okay.
And then 28 is inclusive of A2, so pick your poison.
up to a
Yeah.
2-foot
2-foot
apron, the
apron.
width
Yep.
of the
Yeah.
lakeside.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Town language is put back in.
Yep, I mentioned
Town
that.
language back in, which that other one had, and then the town language for the setback from the road.
Yep, I mentioned.
Reduce that part.
Yep, I said the
The other
reinstatement.
one is,
That stays where it is, yes.
that stays where the towns have their own zoning.
Yeah.
That stays the same, okay?
And then Joe was going to make sure that the language regarding the boathouse and the apron would not cause liability to the county and could not be thwarted. I think that's kind of what he said.
I'll do the best I can.
You will do the best you can.
Okay.
I think everything else.
And everything else had been discussed and left.
So those 3 changes,
Only 3, okay.
all relatively minor. Think if you wanted to move it to the board
You so could.
without having another public hearing, probably could.
I would like to see it. I'd like to see this with no red in it and just read through it.
Yeah, I made copies of that. Sharon, I sent it.
I mean,
You want
with
the
all,
newest, the latest.
with all this removed.
Yeah, I made copies of that
Oh.
for you today.
Oh.
See it?
So you could see the draft, clean draft.
There's a clean one, I got a clean one.
Yeah, all the red line obviously was an effort in transparency.
Okay.
Yeah, just an effort in transparency, because you don't want to move things or reorganize things and not
Down to
that,
52 pages.
in 2014, we got screamed at because we didn't have the red line version. So you just want to make sure, that you have, like I said, an effort in full transparency. That's why the red line version like that. And now there's.
It was in our file today.
Supervisor Kelly, just to remind you, now there's the 3 minor changes that we just talked about too.
Yeah.
Would be in here.
So you're saying this could go to the February board meeting or the March?
Could go to whichever you would like. It's 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, it could go to February.
It could go to February. Essentially, if you wanted to do that, someone would have to move that the discussed 3 minor changes be implemented into the ordinance. That Corporation Council draft a resolution to adopt the ordinance with 3 amendments. County board. You do that. You could also say, hey, make those 3 corrections and let's schedule another environmental services committee to have one more discussion. You could say, I don't like this at all, and you can scrap it. You can do a lot of things, right? You could say.
So we can move it to the.
Say, hey, I want,
better, I think.
you know what, I want a 30-foot boathouse and I don't think these changes are good, right? You can say whatever you want, but those are your main kind of options is send it up to the full board, have something brought back to you, or scrap the whole thing. That's kind of your 3 options here.
And then you need to figure out the effective date as well.
Right, and so, when you tell me to draft the resolution, you would include with an effective date of.
Okay.
Right now it's effective upon passage.
So I'm thinking, everybody's whining, let's get a clean copy out then, if we do the 3 of these and move it to the March one. Now they have enough weeks to read it and all that. There's gonna be pushback. I don't know. I'm just thinking that way. Either way we do it.
I'm good with that.
I just wanted to add, in the petition we wrote, we stated, because we're required to report the petition to the county board. So we gave a date in there because it was stated that usually there's not a February meeting for a county board. So there is a date in the petition that states the county board's gonna be given a report of the petition, which is just more or less a notice of the petition at the March meeting. So I don't know if that changes anything or not.
It doesn't really. It does kind of lend itself to the argument that the adoption of this should be till March.
Yeah.
Because the full board technically doesn't even have notice of the petition yet.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's smart.
So that's, I would think, yeah.
But
Because
that gives us time to look,
Right.
to read through this clean copy.
Right.
Because this is really the first clean copy.
Right.
We've got it.
Well, we got one more copy with its change.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's pretty clean.
But I mean, it's awful clean.
if you wanted to do that as well, what we could do is have a resolution drafted. Sorry, Sarah.
No, go ahead.
Have a resolution
Just don't
drafted.
say that.
With all the adoption language in it.
For March.
For March. And we could probably notice it for another public hearing if you wanted us to, just so we cover our bases since we're taking that extra time anyway. And have people have another opportunity to come in. No one can say they didn't get a chance to talk about these 3 changes. I think they're not substantive, but since we are taking the time, we might as well. No one can say they weren't aware of those changes. No one can come and argue they didn't have notice that this was going to happen. No one can do those things. So if you're going to kick it out to March, that would be my suggestion, is that we come back with a resolution to you, have another public hearing, and then at that time, send it up to the full board for March.
Yeah, and it's better to have the resolution approved from the committee to go to the full county board anyway. And I'm sorry, Chair, I do need to excuse myself. I know that Logan is going to handle the subdivision ordinance public hearing next, but I have to get to an appointment I meant to talk to you about. I didn't know if we'd go past 1 o'clock today. And then just, if I could just make one final overall comment, is that I do have an open door policy, just in lieu of some comments. And if any of, it's open to any constituents, it's open to any public, it's open to elected officials, builders, it's open to everyone. And please, if you have ever any question about what I expect from myself or the environmental services team, do not hesitate to contact me. Don't hesitate to come in, call. I am an open book, and I just wanted to make that statement really clear that I'm available, and that's all I had to say about that.
All right, thank you.
I would also like to, if I could, make a follow-up statement to that, that there has been a few accusations about the lack of zoning reaching out. I would also like to go on record to say that she hasn't, if zoning hasn't, whether it's Logan, whether it hasn't reached out, who are they supposed to reach out to? So in the fact of you have a concern with what's going on, door is open, phones are available, come in, talk, ask, versus them to, because you decide who are you going to decide? How many contractors, how many landscapers do we have in the county? How do you decide who you're going to pick? I think it is a much more fair and equitable policy to say, hey, you've got a question, come to me, versus putting the onus on anyone in public office saying, well, you need to reach out to this specific person because you've decided they have all the answers. I just kind of want to put that out there. I think the onus should be on the individual. When we had the big CAFO fight, no one was knocking on my door going, Pam Garvey, what do you think? Even though I'm not a CAFO. I'm just saying that I just want to make that very clear that if there's a concern, and it affects you, your job as a person is to go forward to address that concern. There's my soapbox.
Thanks,
All right.
thanks for.
Yep.
Thanks, Sarah.
So I'm looking at, okay, if we put those changes in here, we would have a clean copy at the next meeting, when we have a public hearing at the next meeting, to have our second public hearing then.
You can, yeah.
Which would be a month, we would do it then.
Yeah.
And then it could go to the board.
Forward, yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
So we don't need a resolution till the next meeting after we read this, then, do we?
Correct. It'll be for the next ES meeting.
The next meeting. And we would discuss a implementation date and all that.
I can draft a resolution and have it
Ready.
available
Yeah.
for the board,
Oh, okay.
barring some unforeseen genius argument coming in at the last hour
Sure.
or something huge change. It should be perfectly fine for you to send that resolution
Okay.
adopting the ordinance with any changes that you may have coming out of your committee. The resolution should not really, because it's going to say adopts ordinance number, whatever, right? And then the ordinance.
Yeah. So if the changes get in there, this would be out there for at least 3 to 4 weeks.
yes.
Right.
Yes.
Would be on the internet, wouldn't it? Would you get these in there
All
for
depends
a
when they
couple
release.
weeks? It would be out there?
Yeah, so we'd get it, the next publication would be next Tuesday in the paper. We'd have to get it to them by Tuesday to be in the Wednesday.
But I mean, even, and then this copy, you would put the changes in there. So this could go online, so everybody reads what we want to try to move forward.
And so
Does that make sense to everybody that?
So the public hearing would be next
Another public hearing, yes. The question would be
February board, or February,
March.
yes.
Yes,
March. We're in February.
March
Oh,
4th.
March, sorry.
without having a second
The
meeting.
question is, how fast could staff get it with corporate counsel's help, as far as some of the language, get it updated, drafted, so it was available?
Those are, again, there's 3 pretty minor changes. It shouldn't take much time.
Okay.
Okay.
yeah, it would just be because we'd have to petition again, right? Would you say? Do another petition for the changes, or do we just, okay, underneath that first petition, okay.
And that would move it forward, okay.
Knew you'd. And the other,
Up in order, But that would get it out for 3, 4 weeks. Everybody then could say they read a clean copy because of all these, we got stacks of the other ones.
Yeah,
So usually we put them in the agenda packet, but we could put it on the website earlier. I can work with Logan with that. We can just put it under the environmental services. And I can just put the ordinance changes and then I can put updated date. So it's constant.
Yeah.
okay, perfect.
But it'd be
Because
nice to have
that,
a big
yeah,
one on the
that,
internet.
which would be different than normal,
Yeah.
but yes.
So we can have it a little further ahead of time rather than when the agenda packet comes out, which is only a week. ahead.
Usually a week.
Yeah. Yeah,
Right.
And that would get it out to the people too.
so in the public hearing notice, the reference document, you just want it to be the clean version with all the changes? Or the red line is done now and we're just gonna move
Yep,
forward with the.
just a full clean.
yeah.
Perfect.
Yes, a full clean, no. The red line they can fall back on.
Including
glad to
no
never
reference
see
to
another
these
red
new
line.
three changes.
I was gonna say, the new things that we just talked about should somehow be highlighted though.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
The
yeah.
new things,
Should they
yeah.
not?
Yeah,
It doesn't have to be necessarily red line, but we
I'm
could
just,
make it
some
red
sort of,
text something.
or some sort of
Make it
highlight.
green.
Yeah.
yeah, positive.
Green. Green means it's going.
There we go.
Put a star next to it.
Green means go.
Put a star next to that line, yeah. Okay. How are we sitting there then? Pretty good? All right.
We're still gonna do subdivision today?
Oh, yeah. It's,
Hearings.
So after that discussion, what I think you should do for action is move that Corporation Council should draft a resolution to be brought to the March Environmental Services Committee, adopting the ordinance with the recommended changes, as well as the 3 amendments to the ordinance. And that it be noticed for a public hearing.
and then it would be noticed for a public hearing at that time of a clean draft.
So
We
someone,
actually have to motion that? I mean,
someone should, because I have to be directed by the committee, and the only way the committee can direct me to draft a resolution is by motion. So
oh, I see. What if we don't want the resolution till after the next hearing?
I'll help. I move that corporate counsel puts together a resolution
Got it to work.
drafting our updated change, adding our amendments that the three amendments that we've already discussed that already been highlighted, to come back and have it ready for our March board meeting, have a public hearing. So if all goes as we feel like it would potentially could be, it is ready to be signed and moved to the county board. Is that good?
That's good.
Second it.
And we got a second. Suppose we got a vote, huh?
I suppose.
All those in favor, say aye.
Should I call roll call?
Opposed? You
Yeah.
can. Then I would have said no just to do it. Okay.
So just for clarity, I know we did this already, but can you make sure you go over those three changes so we have it in case somebody asks?
Go over.
Just
oh,
read,
written
yeah,
down.
what our
Okay.
changes were.
Town
language was one.
Yep, so the town
The road setback
setback
added back.
is gonna revert to what it currently is in our ordinance. The boathouse is going to be changed to 14 feet wide by 28 feet long. That measurement includes a 2-foot apron as a part of that measurement.
Okay.
And then the setback is changed to 7 feet from 10 feet to accommodate the structure staying within that access and viewing corridor. And then the town zoning district, its own zoning district is going to stay in the.
To stay in there, yep. The two towns, the
Which was
towns.
already in there, but just
Yeah.
gonna stay. So it's not really a change.
No.
Yeah, the town's gonna stay in there.
Okay.
Town's exempt.
Yep.
So two town and the boathouse.
Because there's actually really only two changes.
Yeah.
The setback and the.
Well, no, there's still, yeah.
No, the town language was in the draft.
Yeah,
But the setback, town road wasn't, was.
Correct.
back.
Yeah, so that's.
Yes,
So that's.
And
really the only
then, so
two
there's
changes.
only, yeah,
vote,
okay.
can you change the three?
I let it go before, but I would discuss the private road setback, but it'd probably be a conflict of interest because I have one.
And you wanted that zero?
I just don't think it's fair to put setbacks on a private road.
No, we're letting the towns do it. We put it back
No,
in there.
but we put it on there. We did before, like months ago.
Yeah, oh yeah, put that, but now we took it, now it's back to where if they need setback move. They don't have to.
Oh,
go
right,
to the
but
BOA.
I'm just talking about.
That number shouldn't even be there.
It shouldn't be any.
Okay, oh, see,
Well, why,
Zero.
it's private property.
Right.
yeah,
We're stepping on.
Mhm.
But it's a
Okay.
conflict of interest. I'll let go.
sure.
Cause yeah, to clarify, we have a 35-foot setback to private roads right now, and
Yeah.
that's going to remain without any further changes. And there's no avenue for them to get the reduced road setback on a private road from the town, which was taken out
That
2 years
back
ago
in,
or whatever,
yeah,
because the towns didn't want to act on a private road.
yeah.
But the county still has a 35-foot setback from the center line of a private road, which I would assume is, if that were to ever become a town road, at least you got the right of way covered then, and no buildings would be within 33 feet of the center of the
But
road.
that's where the town decides road over,
Correct.
they wouldn't give the reduced setback, and most of them say they're never gonna take it.
Yeah.
So I think we're covered.
But for now, it's in there, just so you're aware of it.
Yeah.
Because there seems like there might be the thought that the towns can reduce it, but they can't.
But that's not a new
Private
change,
road.
Doug.
On a private, they
On a
can't.
private road, and that was your question, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, except there's an access road of 30 feet. And we also said the setback was on that. And you have a lot that's 100 by 300 feet and you take 35 feet off it. I think that's a pretty big
chunk,
chunk, as Kim said.
yeah.
But that's not new language though, is it, Doug?
What's that?
That's not new language though. That's not
Within the
something.
last 6 to 8 months or 10. Yeah.
Oh, well, okay. We got that one.
Brad
Sorry.
might have been here. I'm not sure.
Oh, so it wasn't.
No, it was a while.
It's longer than this revision.
Yes. it was
Okay.
that.
No, it's not in the revision, no.
It's not, we haven't talked about it on this committee.
No.
Okay,
I
thank you.
don't think so. I don't think so.
No, it's back when we trying to get the towns to be able to do it, not to be away on. Okay. All right,
Subdivisions.
subdivisions.
This one's even longer.
Than ours.
You're
Do we want a break?
huh?
Do we want a short break?
Oh, this one should be quick.
Uh-oh, our clerk, what needs a break? Are you good? You'll make it? Or should we just take a short break? Because then we have to open up a public hearing and stuff. Let's take a short break and stretch. 5 minutes. All right, let's open up a public hearing for the subdivisions then.
You want to
I don't think we have to.
want me to go over like the jurisdiction, or do you think that?
I
that's
think
not?
we should have to go over that again, do we, Joe? To reopen this one?
Sorry,
The jurisdiction part, do we have to go over that again to reopen this one?
I think we went over it at the beginning of the last one, so.
Okay, yes. It should cover us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pull up the subdivision changes just for a visual. I guess I didn't even have in my summary of changes, just the capitalization of that. Ordinance, if you scroll down, we had two clarifications in definitions. So flag lot, that's where we added, clarifying language that states that that flag or the pole portion of the flag lot at least 15.5 feet in width. The other definition that was updated was net project area, and this was to include shoreline setbacks, other applicable structure setbacks. So that'd be like side yard or rear setbacks when we're calculating the required net project area on a buildable lot. And then we also included that the areas that are considered the net project area have to be connected by at least 16.5 feet as well. So those were two definition changes. Kind of a definition change as well, but it's down a little further underneath separate definition. So subdivision has multiple layers. So there's major subdivisions and minor subdivisions, and we're proposing to add the distinction between state and county subdivisions. Whereas the state, the state reviews anything that's 5 or more parcels that are 1.5 acres or less within 5 years. A county subdivision, if someone's creating 5 or more parcels that are greater than that 1.5 acres, they don't have to go through that whole state process. So Ed had requested that gets clarified, because before it just said major, minor, and there was no clarification for the state. Next section was just some language on when a document that creates a subdivision, that it has to be reviewed by the county prior to the recording. So that was just clarifying that in our ordinance. The next section added chapter 236 that addresses cemetery and assessor's plats. And then the next section dealt with the sale or exchange of parcels of abutting land. It used to say of unrelated owners. We changed it to just say abutting land. So even if you're the same owner, you can change your parcel lines as long as they're not reduced below the minimum lot sizes required by the chapter or other applicable laws or regulations. Then it goes into state that, however, the legal description and preliminary deed of the contemplated sale or exchange of real estate under this exemption shall be reviewed through the completion of the Polk County subdivision application. So that's saying it's not required to get a CSM, but you still have to go through the Polk County subdivision application. That way it gets reviewed, recorded in the Register of Deeds with the correct legal description on those. That's red only because it moved from an area in an ordinance to go up with exemptions, because we also don't require a CSM if somebody's splitting a 40-acre parcel, or I should say a quarter in half. A lot of them aren't perfect 40 acres, so that's a full quarter section. Underneath survey required, it was requested by Ed to have it state that CSM or plat, when you're taking a lot off of a large chunk of land, that remaining parcel also needs to be mapped as a part of that CSM. So that's just clarifying that language. Surveyors know if they have 30 acres and someone just wants 2 1-acre lots in the corner, they can't just survey those 2 1-acre lots. You also have to survey the remnant to show where those property lines. This was language that was removed, but then added back up in that top portion. So there's no changes there. Next. Design standards. Great. Up top there. So we distinguished that road, we had questions that if road and highway right-of-ways count towards the minimum lot size when someone's trying to make a lot exactly at an acre and they're on a road right-of-way. So we're explaining that those right-of-ways are not included in that minimum lot size. So you need to say you have 0.2 acres of right-of-way in the proposed parcel, you're gonna have to make the actual buildable parcel 1.2 acres, which essentially will then be an acre that's exempt, or an acre outside of the right-of-ways. And then we removed shoreland. It used to state if a town has not adopted county zoning, the residential or shoreland area dimensions apply. That was kind of a part of the shoreland discussion, that we can't specifically have language in our subdivision ordinance that only addresses shoreland. That needs to be in the shoreland if we're gonna do that. So that was struck. And then along with that, we used to have the table in our subdivision ordinance as well that had the lake classifications and what size lots you had to have, or the minimum lot size. So we struck that, and then one of the changes with that is that in a residential lot, if you have a public sewer, the minimum lot size is 20,000 square feet rather than it's 1 acre in most other areas. You'll see it is a ½ acre on commercial if you're on public sewer in general business or commercial. But the big change was that 20,000 square foot minimum. So there will be some lots that are approved, say around Wapo, Bear Trap, they got their own public sewer. Magner has their own. So there will be some lots that are able to be approved less than an acre. They have to at least be 20,000 square feet. Otherwise, it's gonna stay the same. Either, residential without a public sewer, you're still at an acre. Density standards, all we did there was add the acre to all of them to clarify. Passed by the committee. So that was the shoreline table that was removed, but not really being legal to be in there. And then the soil loading rate requirement, having a rate of 0.5 or greater, and 20,000 square feet was struck. And that was a discussion we had here. Explain that subdivisions are likely more, I don't know, desirable if you can have a in-ground or a mound system. So I think that's probably why it was put in there, but we do allow holding tanks. So I think the discussion we had was to just take it out. It's debatable from a staff perspective, as far as if the intent is to have a subdivision that people can have their own drain field and mound rather than a holding tank, but that was the decision made. And then the only other thing is towards the end, we changed the process for variances to this ordinance to go to the BOA rather than to come to the committee here. From this ordinance. That's all I have.
That's not approved.
No, it is approved.
Yeah, that would be a part of the Pouts ordinance. The conversation we had was people, if we take out the soil loading rate requirement, the subdivision comes in, no, soil loading rate, tests required to say that people can have a conventional lot because holding things are allowed in the county right now.
It opens it up more. Anybody, question? Anything? Do we have any public? Do we have anybody online that has questions? Anybody anywhere? Do you have any more questions? I answered your question, then we'll be take one, okay. Does anybody else here have any questions on the subdivision? Most of it was pretty cut and dry.
Yeah.
That would look true. Well, if there's no more questions, we will close the public hearing. On that, do we need the same motion to move this one on like we did the other one?
Move to direct the Corporation Council to draft a resolution adopting the ordinance as presented.
I'll make that motion.
Okay. It's amendment.
Ordinance amendment. Make that ordinance amendment.
To move this one on, let's hit the shoreline,
Yes,
or the subdivision, excuse me.
subdivision.
I'll second it.
Doug second that. Anyone else, any questions? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Move to the next meeting
So we'll bring it back at the same March meeting.
at the same mark.
Both of those
Okay.
resolutions will be on.
All right,
Be down to Sharon.
we're down to Sharon.
I make a motion, we adjourn.
Second that.
Have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.